Chapter 230. In just one day, Zi Chen had killed dozens of true essence experts and 3 geniuses from the 3 forces. At the same time, he had challenged all the younger generation in the world. This had caused a huge commotion. Zi Chen's reputation had undoubtedly reached a peak. Whether it was big cities, small towns, streets, or alleys, wherever there were cultivators, they were all talking about Zi Chen. It had been many years since someone had challenged the major forces. Zi Chen's appearance had also attracted the attention of many major forces. Everyone was filled with anticipation as to whether a monster would rise by stepping on the shoulders of the 3 forces, or would he fall after a flash in the pan. Many cultivators were paying attention to Zi Chen, especially after the appearance of the monstrous geniuses from the 3 forces. People were filled with wild and fanciful thoughts. A fierce battle was about to begin. Hundreds of miles away from Little Orchid Town, in a cave in the mountains, Zi Chen was sitting cross-legged. During the fierce battle that day, he was not completely unscathed. Although Mo had neutralized most of the attack, a small part of the energy had still injured him, but he had been holding on. After leaving behind some harsh words, Zi Chen left to find a safe place to heal. Sitting cross-legged in the cave, Zi Chen's body flashed with golden light as his injuries slowly healed. It's a pity that although my strength has improved in this battle, I did not break through the last step. After a few days, his injuries had healed. Zi Chen shook his head and sighed. It's a huge transformation to go from Xiantian to true essence. Only by breaking through to true essence can you be considered to have truly entered the door. You have the perfect body, so it's normal for it to be difficult for you to break through. Mo explained. After his injuries had healed, Zi Chen walked out of the cave and changed his appearance. He entered Little Orchid Town and heard the harsh words of the major forces. Finally, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was originally a conspiracy. Although it put him in a dangerous situation, it was still better than being chased by Zhong Tian all day long. Against all the monsters in the world, Zi Chen could rely on his extreme speed to have a 30% chance of survival. However, against Zhong Tian, if he was lucky, he would definitely die. This was Mo's suggestion when Zi Chen saw Li Hua and the others again. Using the faces of the major powers to threaten them, forcing them to send out the younger generation. Even if they were monstrous geniuses, they would not let Yukong take action again. Although we've succeeded, these great powers are obviously very sinister. It's possible that some of their experts will make a move in the dark. We have to be careful. Mo reminded. Understood, old Mo. I will be careful. Now let's go find the Ice Lotus. Only by obtaining the Ice Lotus can we quickly break through to the true energy boundary. To the south of Little Orchid Town was a land of nearly 1,000 miles. Originally, there was a massive ice valley with endless mountain ranges and snow that never melted. But in the last 3 years, for some unknown reason, this place had undergone a change. The mountain ranges had disappeared and the snow had melted away, forming a massive ice lake. The ice lake was several miles long and had a very large surface area. Many of the ferocious beasts from before had disappeared, but there were a few more water monsters in the ice lake. This was the place where the 5,000-year-old ice lotus was found. It was said that the ice lotus was underground, but until now, no one had been able to successfully enter the underground. The monster at the bottom of the lake was truly terrifying. Many cultivators appeared in the surroundings. Most of them were at the Carnate realm. They were all wandering around the ice lake but did not dare to enter the depths. Some of the true energy experts were eager to try, but when they saw that the cultivators who had entered before did not return, they were all frightened and stopped moving forward. The monster at the bottom of the lake was like a small snake that kept swimming. It was only 2 meters long, but it was very strong. It was slippery like a loach in the water, making it difficult for people to attack. What is that? Eels? No, it doesn't look like one. It's more like a mutated monster. Everyone thought of many ways, but they could not lure the monster out. The lake was the territory of the monster, and there were many of them. Only the true experts could go deep. This monster is not very strong, but it can spit out lightning. After it hits someone in the water, their movements will become slow and numb. It's like a lightning eel. It's very difficult to deal with. Someone stood in the distance and saw the monster attack from afar. No one made a move. Everyone was wandering around. They had tried everything, but they could not enter the bottom of the lake. Roar. Suddenly, a high-pitched bird cry rang out. The sound of wings flapping could be heard from the horizon. The wind howled as a huge peng bird flew over from the horizon. There was a golden crown on the rock's head. It was a rock king, and it was emitting a terrifying aura as it flew over from the sky. There were a few people standing on the rock's back. The leader was a young man, and his body was shining. He was very handsome and extraordinary. That's Li Hao from the Li family. Oh my god, the three forces came out because of Zi Chen. I didn't expect them to come here. Could it be that Zi Chen is here? Everyone looked up at the sky and exclaimed. Roar. The Rock King let out a shrill cry, and the ear-piercing sound made people's eardrums hurt. It flapped its wings and swept up a gust of wind as it flew down. The cultivators' faces changed, and they all moved aside. Swoosh. 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 Figures flashed, and the people of the Li family jumped down from the Rock King's back. Li Hao glanced at the crowd, then turned his head and walked towards the ice lake with 4 of his subordinates. What is he going to do? Is he going to take these 4 people to the bottom of the lake to get the ice lotus? The crowd exclaimed, but they didn't dare to step forward. Li Hao's aura was too strong, and when he glanced at the crowd, they felt a chill in their hearts. Ice lotus? Since my brother died because of it, then I'll bury you with him, and then Zi Chen, Li Hao said coldly. It was a pity that Li Hua died without a complete corpse, and it was impossible to even bury him. Li Hao, you want a 5,000-year-old ice lotus to be buried with you. At this moment, a deep voice sounded. The crowd dispersed, and a strong young man walked out. He was wearing a green robe, and he had a huge black blade on his back. His aura surged, and the huge pressure made the people in his way change their expressions and move aside. Behind the strong young man, there were a few cultivators. Their auras surged, and it was obvious that the weakest of them was at the 3rd sky of true essence. Kang Meng, you're here too, Li Hao said indifferently without turning his head. Since he became a cultivator, no one knew that he had to fight with Kang Meng every year. However, Li Hao had never won in all these years, and of course, he had never lost either. His blade was terrifying, but Li Hao wasn't weak either. Kang Meng, the genius of the Kang family. It's said that he's an exception. He doesn't cultivate the secret arts of the Kang family, but rather, he cultivates blade techniques. Amid the exclamations and discussions, Kang Meng walked forward. The huge black saber on his back gave off a heavy feeling of oppression. Li Hao, you're not slow. Kang Meng strode forward, and the huge blade on his back was so heavy that it caused the ground to tremble. The two stood by the lake, staring at the water. Occasionally, 1 or 2 water monsters would swim across the lake. It's just a water monster, not worth mentioning. Kang Meng raised his eyelids in disdain. Behind him, the crowd was speechless. One had to know that the water monster had devoured dozens of lives, and all of them were in the true energy realm. It was more than what Zi Chen had killed that day, but this genius said it was not worth mentioning. This place used to be an ice valley, and it hasn't melted for hundreds of years. Now, it's turned into an ice lake, and water monsters appeared. There's something wrong. Another young man walked out of the crowd and walked towards the lake. Behind him, there were only 4 true energy realm experts. Wu Yuan, you're here too. Kang Meng turned around and glanced at the newcomer. It was a young man, about 21 or 22 years old, wearing a luxurious robe. Seeing that he dared to approach the 2 geniuses, he was naturally not ordinary. Wu Yuan, the genius of the martial ancestor, had stepped into the true energy realm before he was 20 years old. He was now 23 years old, and had made great progress in the true energy realm in the past few years. The 3 of them stood in a 3-legged formation, looking at the lake. I'm taking the ice lotus in the lake. Wu Yuan glanced at the water monster and said indifferently. Why? Li Hao didn't even raise his head. Because one of my martial ancestors' geniuses died. Wu Yuan retracted his gaze from the lake and looked at Li Hao. One of my younger brothers died. I'm taking both the Ice Lotus and Zi Chen's lives. Li Hao squinted his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. You too, have you forgotten about me? Kang Meng's aura became more stable, and the broadsword on his back started to vibrate. The three of them were all geniuses with unparalleled combat strength. They had never had a clear winner, and now that they met, it was inevitable that they would fight. As for Zi Chen, the three of them didn't care at all. A mere Xiantian brat was nothing to them. Are the three of them going to fight? Oh my god, the three geniuses are going to fight. This is going to be a real battle between giants. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they were looking forward to the battle between the geniuses. The three of them stood in three different directions, and the experts behind them retreated. A surge of battle intent was rising, and it was a sign that they were going to fight. The three geniuses were very conceited. They didn't care about Zi Chen and the water monster at all. Even the Ice Lotus of 5,000 years didn't seem to be able to move them. They just wanted to get back their faces. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Jump in and snatch it if you can. It belongs to whoever gets it first. What's the point of competing outside? Suddenly, a sneer came from the crowd. Wow! The crowd was in an uproar and looked around. They didn't know who was so bold as to taunt the three geniuses. Everyone turned around and looked at the source of the sound. They only saw a confused young cultivator who was only in the early stage of the Xiantian realm. Being stared at by everyone, the young cultivator looked frightened and aggrieved. The three geniuses didn't say anything, but their aura stopped rising. Go in and snatch it if you can. The Ice Lotus belongs to whoever gets it first. It's so boring to compete here. The voice in the dark sounded again, but it came from the left and the right, making it impossible to identify the person. Who is that? He's so bold to taunt the geniuses. Could it be Zi Chen? I feel that the voice is similar to Zi Chen's. A cultivator said and looked around, but he didn't see anyone suspicious. That makes sense. If you want the Ice Lotus, then fight for it with your own strength. It belongs to whoever gets it first. Li Hao frowned and finally said, Okay. Agreed. That's fair. The other two nodded. As soon as they finished speaking, the three of them jumped into the ice lake without hesitation. P.S. I'm about to break down. This chapter took me at least 6 hours to write. I'm stuck. Chapter 231. The three geniuses were very decisive. They did not investigate who was instigating the fight and jumped into the ice lake. Whoosh! In the ice lake, the water started to boil, creating waves and splashes. Occasionally, there would be blood splashing. Apparently, some monsters in the lake were killed. Whong! The surface of the lake trembled as a huge blade appeared. It jumped a few meters out of the lake and landed with a boom, creating a huge wave. Obviously, Kang Meng had made his move. Following the huge wave, the other two geniuses also made their moves. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take a look. Seeing the huge wave, everyone was stunned and did not move forward. However, at this moment, the voice in the dark sounded again. I'm familiar with this voice. It sounds like Zi Chen's voice. I heard it last time. It sounds familiar too. Could it be that Zi Chen is already here? Someone recognized Zi Chen's voice and cried out in surprise. They looked around but found nothing. Let's go and take a look. However, there were also people who were worried about the Ice Lotus and walked forward. Whoosh! Many cultivators moved and rushed to the lake. Get lost! A loud shout suddenly sounded. The 4 true energy boundary experts of the Li family stood in a row, their auras surging around them. This is the Kang family's territory. Get lost! The Kang family experts' aura surged and blocked the group of people. You dare to come to the martial ancestor's territory? Are you courting death? The martial ancestor expert was not to be outdone. The 3 forces blocked all the cultivators in front. Why? This is the ice lake. It's not your territory. This is everyone's territory. Why are you taking it for yourselves? Everyone questioned. The ice lake was a few miles wide. There were only 12 true energy boundary experts, so it was impossible to stop them. However, Everyone wanted to watch the battle and did not want to go elsewhere. That's right. Do you think the three of you are very powerful? Weren't you all beaten up like dogs before and lost all face? The voice in the dark sounded again, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes east, sometimes west, drifting erratically. This is Zi Chen's voice, I'm sure of it. It's definitely Zi Chen. I'm 100% sure. I've seen him before. Exclamations came from the crowd. This time, they were definitely Zi Chen. Who is it? Come out. You're just a coward who doesn't dare to show your face. You dare to be so arrogant here? Show yourself if you have the ability. See if I don't kill you. Zi Chen, get the hell out here. The three forces yelled. They were all warriors at the third or fourth sky of true Yuan. Although their battle prowess could not be compared to the monstrous geniuses, they were still quite powerful. They thought that killing Zi Chen would be a piece of cake. Mph, you bunch of trash. You think you're worthy of me taking action? Those who die at my hands are either geniuses or monsters. You guys better scram to the side. The voice in the dark was very arrogant, but it confirmed everyone's guess. It really is Zi Chen. The three freaks are all looking for him. Who would have thought that he would dare to come here? Zi Chen's guts are really big. The true Yuan warriors of the three forces heard this and said, Zi Chen, show yourself if you have the ability. I'll kill you on the spot. There were hundreds of people here, and it was impossible to find a single person. Rumble. At this moment, the waves in the ice lake were even more terrifying. Obviously, there was still a fierce battle going on. Everyone approached and looked at the lake. Unfortunately, they could not see anything except for the waves. There was only blood in the lake, and the occasional rolling corpse of a water monster. You bunch of idiots. Hurry up and get into the water. There can't be only one ice lotus in the water. There might be other treasures, or even more ice lotuses. Why are you all standing there like idiots? Have you all been struck by lightning? A bunch of cowards. If you don't go in, you won't even be able to drink the soup. The voice in the dark sounded again. This time, it was mocking the crowd. Mother f***ka. Is Zi Chen a dog? He'll bite whoever he wants. I didn't know Zi Chen was so despicable. He's so annoying. Pooh. Someone like him is a monster. He's so talkative. How can someone like him be compared to the three freaks? Some cultivators cursed. They turned their heads and looked around, but they did not see anyone suspicious. The voice came from the left and right, making it impossible for them to accurately hear it. Mother f***ka, this damn monk. Zi Chen hid in the crowd. He had already cursed the monk dozens of times. He did not even let go of the Buddhist sect, from the Buddha to the sweeping monks. He cursed the monks' relatives dozens of times. Which temple burned the wrong incense? How could such a freak come out? Is he still a monk? He's even more shameless than King shameless scoundrel. Zi Chen clenched his teeth in anger. This time, the three forces had sent out all their monstrous geniuses, and they had brought along many true energy realm warriors. If it weren't for the ice lotus, he would have run away long ago, hiding as far away as possible. But this damned monk kept imitating his voice. He could not wait to cause public outrage. Zi Chen had been here for a long time and found the place very familiar. After looking around, he realized that this was the place where he survived Zhao Can's plot. It was just that there used to be mountains everywhere, and there used to be snow ginseng growing here. But now, it had become a huge ice lake that was hundreds of miles wide. Zi Chen saw the monk and knew where he was hiding, but he did not dare to criticize him. The monk was doing this to lure him out. Are you guys stupid? Hurry up and rush forward. The monk was imitating Zi Chen's voice. At this moment, he deliberately disguised himself. He wore a hat and hid his bulging belly. He hid in the crowd and used his sound skill to transmit his voice. Mother f***ka, monk, you're courting death. Zi Chen gritted his teeth, but he heard the monk scolding him. But the monk was enjoying it. Hey, friend, look at what that guy is doing. I see his mouth moving. Zi Chen poked a cultivator next to him and pointed in the monk's direction. Okay. The man was dissatisfied at first and cursed. But after hearing Zi Chen's words, he looked at the monk. He did not see anything at first glance. The man did not speak and just looked up at the lake. He was about to ask the person next to him, but he realized that there was no one. Where is he? Is it an illusion? The man was stunned and then subconsciously glanced at the monk. At this moment, the voice in the dark sounded again. Are you guys idiots? If you don't enter the lake, you won't get anything. The monk was still talking and his mouth was moving. It's you. You're talking. You're Zi Chen. The cultivator exclaimed and pointed at the monk. In the distance, Zi Chen was laughing coldly. Everyone turned and looked in the direction the cultivator was pointing at. They saw the monk. However, the monk's appearance was worlds apart from Zi Chen's. Hearing the exclamation, the monk turned and looked at the person, but his eyes were filled with confusion. Are you talking about me? The monk pointed at himself in confusion. In an instant, a golden light flashed in his eyes. Then, disappointment appeared in his eyes. He realized that the person was not Zi Chen. That's right, it's you. Your mouth was moving just now. You were talking. The cultivator pointed at the monk seriously. Little brother, you've got the wrong person. My mouth was moving just now, but I was scolding Zi Chen. How can you say that I'm Zi Chen? Besides, I've seen Zi Chen before. His worlds apart from me. The monk did not panic and said calmly. Everyone knows that Zi Chen can change his appearance. You might have changed your appearance. The cultivator did not let him off. Little brother, you've really got the wrong person. The monk smiled. The others at the side also looked at the monk, but they were not sure if it was Zi Chen. That's right. I have a witness. Someone just told me that you're not normal. Seeing that the monk did not admit it, the cultivator said again. Oh, I wonder who said that. The monk's eyes lit up as he looked around. He disappeared in an instant, the cultivator said. Then, he looked around and did not find the person who had spoken just now. Little brother, you've been deceived. How can I be Zi Chen? It's very likely that the person just now was Zi Chen. A strong aura surged around the monk. It was the aura of the true energy realm, and it was at the second sky of true energy. Second sky of true energy. Exclamations came from all around. The cultivator's face changed. He hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I've got the wrong person. After saying that, he retreated. He was only at the carnate realm, but the monk was at the true energy realm. Moreover, Zi Chen's strength was only at the late stage of the carnate realm. Even if he had a breakthrough recently, he definitely could not reach the second sky of true energy. Therefore, the guy in front of him was definitely not Zi Chen. It doesn't matter. I think you also think that Zi Chen is too hateful. He's indeed despicable to hide in the dark and clamor. The monk waved his hand and smiled indifferently. However, he pointed the spearhead at Zi Chen again. That's right. It's all Zi Chen. A scoundrel hiding in the dark. It was just a misunderstanding. The others also started to criticize Zi Chen. You bunch of idiots. Why did you ask me to come out? Now is the time to go in and snatch the ice lotus. At this moment, another voice sounded. It was Zi Chen again. Shameless, damn monk. Zi Chen's lungs were about to explode. This monk was really shameless. He turned around and slandered him again. This time, no one doubted the monk. Everyone looked around, but they all avoided the monk. Zi Chen, come out. What's the point of sneaking around? Come out if you can. Everyone looked around in dissatisfaction. Everyone, although Zi Chen is despicable, what he said doesn't seem to be unreasonable. The appearance of this ice lake is very strange. There might be something else in it other than the ice lotus, the monk said again. Everyone turned around and looked at the monk. If there's an ice lotus here, there must be a second one. Now that the young masters have attracted the attention of the experts among the water monsters, I think it's not unreasonable to enter the water now. As soon as the monk finished speaking, he swept his consciousness towards the cultivators near the lake. Boom! The cultivator was pushed into the water before he could react. Ah, so impatient. The monk was stunned. He swept his consciousness again and more people fell into the water. Yeah, now that the three geniuses are fighting fiercely, they definitely can't care about the ice lotus. This is an opportunity. Everyone's eyes lit up, especially when they heard the splashing sounds. Some people couldn't wait and turned into a ray of light and rushed into the ice lake. Charge! At the same time, more figures flew past and rushed into the ice lake. Get lost, get lost. The Zhenyuan cultivators of the major powers all moved, wanting to stop these people. However, at that moment, a dazzling golden light appeared and rushed towards the crowd. Boom! 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 After being hit by the golden light, they lost their balance and fell into the ice lake. As the golden light appeared, 12 true essence experts fell in one after another. No one stopped them, and the rest jumped in one after another. This monk is indeed sinister. He used such a small trick and dragged everyone into the water. Seeing the cultivators jumping into the ice lake, Chen was speechless. However, at this moment, the monk looked around as if he was looking for someone who hadn't jumped in yet. Oh no! Chen's expression changed. P.S. Please subscribe. Now that I think about it, there's a lot of danger now. I can't guarantee my ranking and I might be killed at any time. Once I'm killed, I'll suffer a great loss. I want to guarantee my ranking. At the critical moment, even if it's a single or a complete one, it can change my ranking. The difference in prize money between 5 and 6 is a few hundred. It's 5 now, but 6 could overtake it at any time. My ranking is in danger. Chapter 232. One cultivator after another scrambled to jump into the ice lake. However, the monk remained calm and unhurried. He looked around to see if anyone had any intention of jumping in. And that person was naturally Chen. The 3 monsters in the lake each had the strength to kill him. The monk was certain that Chen wouldn't dare enter. This monk is so sinister. He knows that I won't enter, so he's tricking everyone into entering. He's looking for me. Chen's expression changed drastically. However, at that moment, the monk turned his head and saw Chen. Oh no, I've been discovered. Realizing that something was amiss, Chen pretended to be in a hurry to find treasures and jumped into the ice lake. Humph, kid, you're still too inexperienced to play with me. In a few seconds, there was no one left. Due to his hesitation, Chen was definitely the last to jump in. A faint smile appeared on the monk's lips as he strode forward, walked to the spot where Chen had entered the water, and jumped in as well. Plop! The moment Chen entered the water, he felt a bone-piercing chill. Even though he had a perfect body, he still felt cold. It's so cold. Chen couldn't help but shiver. It's really cold. This darn monk, just you wait. One day, I'll beat you into a pulp. Chen cursed angrily, hating the monk to the core. His original plan was to hide outside and find an excellent opportunity to launch a sneak attack when the monsters were exhausted. He had a forbidden artifact that even monsters had to retreat once he used it. However, all his plans had been foiled by the darn monk. Helpless, he could only enter the water. Furthermore, Chen wasn't sure if the monk had discovered him. After Chen entered the water, he quickly dived to the bottom. Since he had entered, he naturally had to snatch the ice lotus. Although the chances were slim, he had to take the risk. The lake water trembled, and the speed of the current suddenly increased. As he looked over, Chen's expression changed. There were more than a dozen water monsters flying towards him. The water monsters were about 2 meters long and looked like small snakes. They moved very quickly in the water. When they were about to reach Chen, they opened their mouths and revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth. Swish! Swish! With a flash of light, a short dagger appeared in Chen's hand. As it danced, cold light flashed continuously, and the water monsters were cut in half one after another. The lake water was bone-piercing, bringing with it a huge resistance. It was inconvenient to use a long spear, so he could only use a short dagger. The resistance was very small, and he could use it flexibly. In the blink of an eye, Chen had killed more than a dozen water monsters. His dagger danced in the air, but there were still a few water monsters that rushed in front of him and bit him. Chen's body was tougher than steel, and several of the water monsters' fangs were snapped off by Chen's bite. Swoosh! With a flash of the dagger, the water monster was cut down. In a short time, Zi Chen was attacked 7 or 8 times by the water monsters. Although he was not injured, his clothes were tattered and stuck tightly to his body. On the other hand, the lake water was already blood-red. The weak cultivators had already been cut into pieces by the water monsters. This monk is really a nuisance. Zi Chen cursed and dived again. No one knew where the ice lotus was, but it should be underground. Zi Chen could only search for it slowly. Suddenly, the lake water trembled, and a thick bolt of lightning surged and spread in the water, passing through the water and landing on the cultivators. As the lightning surged, Zi Chen felt his body go numb. His body trembled, but he did not feel numb. Instead, he felt comfortable. The lightning was of the same origin as the true qi in his body. After being hit by the lightning, Zi Chen did not feel any discomfort. Instead, he was in high spirits. The lightning was also absorbed by his body. This made him somewhat overjoyed. Looking around, the cultivators who were hit by the lightning were all trembling. Their hair stood on end in the water, and their speed was greatly reduced. Their reactions were also very slow. Then, they were torn apart and devoured by the water monsters. The scene was extremely bloody. How terrifying. If the water monsters have such means, wouldn't they be invincible in this ice lake? Zi Chen was extremely shocked. In the blink of an eye, he saw more than a dozen cultivators die and were eaten by the water monsters. There were more water monsters coming from afar. The smell of blood stimulated them. Almost all the water monsters within a few miles were attracted. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count. Zi Chen's expression changed drastically. There were simply too many water monsters. At a glance, there were too many to count. Every one of them opened their mouths, revealing 2 rows of cold and sharp teeth. Even though Zi Chen was not afraid of these water monsters, at this moment, he still felt his hair stand on end. Countless water monsters rushed over and rushed towards the hundreds of human cultivators. At the same time, they opened their mouths and lightning flashed out in all directions. The current surged and everyone's movements were restricted. Many of the protective light shields that the cultivators put up were also shattered by the lightning and devoured by the endless current. It was a completely terrifying scene. After the countless water monsters spat out a bolt of lightning, they all pounced on the cultivators at the moment when they lost control of their bodies. What followed was a series of screams. On the surface of the lake, there were huge waves that were dozens of meters high. Blood instantly dyed the lake red. Most of the cultivators had died under the lake. As the lake surged, broken limbs and minced meat flashed past. The originally clear lake water was completely dyed red with blood and became extremely murky. This is too terrifying. Zi Chen's scalp went numb and his hair stood on end. He was completely frightened because he was immune to the lightning here. When the electricity hit his body, he felt warm. Not only did he not feel any discomfort, but he was also full of energy, as if he had eaten some kind of tonic. Even so, there were still 70 to 80 water monsters around Zi Chen. Each of them was biting and tearing at Zi Chen. Although many of them were killed, there were too many of them and it was impossible to kill them all. With a slight vibration, more water monsters came and shot out lightning to attack Zi Chen directly. However, it was useless. Once the lightning energy reached his body, it was absorbed by Zi Chen. His body was warm and full of energy. Swoosh! The sharp blade flashed and a large number of water monsters died. However, it was impossible to kill all of them. There were still many water monsters coming forward. Damn it! Zi Chen cursed. In just a short while, he had killed at least hundreds of water monsters. However, the number of water monsters increased instead. He was tired of killing and simply stopped killing. Zi Chen put up a protective light shield. The true qi in his body surged and a golden lightning shield appeared. The golden light was dazzling and protected Zi Chen in the middle. At the same time, it blocked the many water monsters outside. After that, Zi Chen continued diving. However, there were water monsters everywhere. He could not see anything else with his eyes. He could only use his mind to check. Ah! Screams could be heard from time to time. Some of the cultivators' protective light shields were broken and they were eaten by the water monsters. The scene was bloody. Coming in without reaching the true energy realm is simply courting death. However, that monk is also harmful. Chen thought to himself. As he continued diving, there were more and more screams in his ears. One cultivator after another had their light shields broken by the water monsters. As far as the eye could see, the lake water had turned blood red. Suddenly, Chen frowned. That's not right. Why isn't my protective light shield making any sound? Chen frowned. When the water monsters attacked the protective light shield of others, there would be a loud sound and their sharp teeth would constantly bite the light shield. However, there was no sound on his side. Moreover, there were more and more water monsters gathering. His vision was filled with water monsters. Only his mind could penetrate his body. Through his will, Chen discovered a scene that shocked him to the core. There were no less than thousands of water monsters gathered around him. However, they did not attack. Instead, they surrounded him as if they were protecting him, playing, or resting. Some even closed their eyes and leaned their bodies against the light shield to take a nap. What's going on? Chen was shocked and puzzled. Mo's body flashed and appeared in the light shield. However, he was dumbfounded when he saw everything. He could not give a reasonable explanation. Then, in a flash, he entered the Taiji diagram again. Screams kept ringing in his ears, reminding Chen that the water monsters were ferocious. However, the water monsters around him did not attack. These water monsters were crazy before. However, ever since the light shield appeared, they have not calmed down. Obviously, it's because of the light shield. No, it's because of the lightning vital energy. Chen frowned. During this time, he had stopped diving. However, all the water monsters outside the light shield were swimming around, forcing Chen to dive deeper. Could it be? Chen's eyes lit up. Could it be because of the mysterious heart? Back then, Zhao Kun plotted against Chen. He stabbed Chen's heart with a sharp blade and kicked him from the mountain peak into the canyon. By chance, he obtained the mysterious lightning yuan and came back from the dead. At that time, the lightning yuan was frozen nearby. Naturally, there was an ice lake below. However, these water monsters could attack with lightning. Obviously, it was because of the energy in the lightning yuan that caused the mutation. This time, Chen came and used the same energy. The water monsters felt a familiar aura, so they did not riot and attack Chen. This was Chen's guess, and it wasn't too far from the truth. Back then, when the mysterious Lei Yuan had landed here, it had emitted a dense lightning energy. Moreover, this energy was filled with the aura of life. Then, this place had been sealed in ice, and these creatures had continued to live. More and more water monsters came from all directions, surrounding Chen. Then, they brought Chen deeper. Where is he? The monk's body was shining with golden light. He had already noticed Chen. However, he did not attack immediately. Instead, he waited for Chen to snatch the ice lotus. One had to admit that this monk was extremely greedy. Not only did he want the secret manual, he also wanted the ice lotus. Chapter 233. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but emptiness. There were no traces of humans at all, only broken limbs floating in the air. As he spread his consciousness, there were no other living creatures other than the water monsters. Furthermore, there was a huge ball formed by 10,000 water monsters in the distance. The monk did not dare to approach it rashly. Could he have been eaten by the water monsters? But his body is very strong. These water monsters can't break through his defense at all. The monk frowned in disbelief. After fighting with Chen a few times, he knew how strong Chen was. Suddenly, he looked at the giant meatball-like water monster. His face was filled with disbelief as he said in surprise, "Don't tell me he's surrounded by water monsters." Although it was a bold idea, it seemed to be the only reasonable explanation at the moment. Hence, the monk braced himself and followed him. Boom! As the water monsters went deeper, Chen felt a strong energy fluctuation. The water at the bottom of the lake was surging violently. The huge ball formed by the 10,000 water monsters felt like it was about to be blown away. Loud shouts were heard as the surging energy kept rolling. "These are the three monsters." Zichen's heart skipped a beat. As he spread his consciousness, he saw more water monsters. They were densely packed and were bigger in size. One of them was 10 meters long and looked like a small dragon. Its body was surging with a terrifying aura. It was at the bottom of the lake and was as fast as lightning. It kept shuttling and stirring up huge waves, restraining the three monsters in a fierce battle. 3 against 1. Zichen was shocked. Although Zichen had not seen the combat power of the three monsters, they were obviously not weak since they could fight the monk to a draw. However, it was 3 against 1 at the moment. Not only was the 10-meter-long water monster not defeated by the joint attack of the three freaks, it even had the upper hand. Around it, there were water monsters that were close to 5 meters long. They kept attacking the cultivators who followed them. Among them were the true energy realm experts brought by the three monsters. They were the first to enter the lake and sneaked into the ground before a large number of water monsters appeared. There were many water monsters at the bottom of the lake, and there were even stronger ones in the depths. Even the true energy realm experts had a hard time resisting them. Fut. Here, long sabers and swords brought a lot of resistance, affecting one's speed. Only short swords could reduce the resistance. A thick bolt of lightning shot out from the water monster's mouth, passing through the water and landing on a Jinyuan powerhouse. The latter's hair stood on end, and his body went numb. His sensitivity immediately decreased. Following that, the water monster rushed forward with a 5-meter-long head, charging towards the True Essence powerhouse. During this period of time, the True Energy boundary powerhouses surged their true energy and killed dozens of water monsters, but even more water monsters came. Bang! The quintessence light shield shattered, and the quintessence expert was exposed outside. Hundreds of water monsters swarmed over like a ball of meat, continuously surging forward. It only took a few breaths of time. When the meatball fell apart, it was completely empty. Not even the bones of the true energy boundary expert were left behind. In terms of true strength, the water monsters were naturally not a match for a true essence powerhouse. But at the bottom of the lake, there was the restriction of thunder and lightning, as well as the advantage of numbers. This was the home field of the other party, so one powerhouse after another was exhausted to death. At this moment, it was impossible for them to run even if they wanted to. Once they ran, more water monsters would swarm over, as if they had practiced the art of group fighting. Once they formed a meatball, everything would be over. Zichen saw everything with his mind, and his face turned pale. The meatball just now only had a few hundred water monsters, but now he was surrounded by 10,000 water monsters. Once they attacked, even if Zichen had the perfect body, there would be nothing left of him. The three monstrous geniuses were very strong, and they were still full of energy. The resistance in the water was great, but the black saber in Kang Meng's hand was as flexible as an arm. Every slash was accompanied by a saber light, and wherever it passed, all the water monsters would be split in half. Moreover, the quintessence light shield around him had an offensive ability, and all the water monsters that tried to get close to him were killed. Wang. After unleashing that slash, hundreds of water monsters charged towards Kang Meng, firing out bolts of lightning at him. Next, a high number of water monsters surrounded Kang Meng, forming a meatball around him. But then, his body emitted 10,000 rays of light, and each ray of light was like a sharp blade, piercing through the water monsters' bodies, and the latter fell into the depths of the lake. Li Hao's body emitted a red light, which seemed to be a kind of flame, but it was suppressed at the bottom of the lake. Although it was not as strong as Kang Meng, it was still difficult for the water monsters to get close to him. Peng! The lake water trembled. Wu Yuan could still use the shattering palm in the water, and a terrifying palm print appeared, instantly creating a vacuum in the middle of the lake. Then, the palm print fell, killing countless water monsters. The three's attack was very sharp, but it was not to kill the ordinary water monsters, but to kill that big guy. It was 10 meters long, like a small dragon, and had a small horn on its forehead. It was very fast, and the thunder and lightning it shot was very threatening. Previously, It had even swallowed a true Yuan third sky warrior in one gulp. The big water monster was very slippery, and its speed was very fast. It was like a flash of lightning, wandering between the attacks. Sometimes, it would shoot out a dangerous thunder, and sometimes, it would use its body to launch a powerful attack. Peng! After dodging Wu Yuan's attack, the big water monster swung its tail, hitting Wu Yuan's chest. With a loud explosion, Wu Yuan was directly pushed back. Damn it! If we were up there, I could kill you alone. Wu Yuan was anxious, and once again flashed up. At the same time, the other two monstrous geniuses were also affected. Although it was not enough to kill them, it was still a loss of face. Go to hell! Kang Meng snorted coldly, and his eyes flashed with murderous light. He had completely gone crazy. The sharp blade light appeared again, more than 10 meters long, and slashed towards the big water monster from above. The water flow was separated, and the saber light slashed down at an extremely fast speed. The latter was very slippery, and could sense the location of the saber light from the water flow. He dodged in an instant, but at that moment, something strange happened. The thick saber light suddenly turned into 2, then 4, and finally 8. 8 miniature blade lights slashed the water apart, and fell at an extremely fast speed. Puff! Blood splattered everywhere as the big water monster tried its best to dodge. However, 2 blade lights still landed on its body, and 2 huge wounds appeared. Wu Yuan and Li Hao did not want to be outdone, and also launched a powerful attack. Instantly, the big water monster let out a miserable cry, and more wounds appeared on its body. Woo! The big water monster let out a sharp cry, as if it was summoning its underlings. The water around them continued to surge, and more water monsters appeared, besieging the 3 monstrous geniuses. The strength of these 3 monstrous geniuses is indeed frightening. Zi Chen was shocked as he saw everything with his mind. To be honest, if he encountered this big water monster, there was only one way to go, and that was to run away. Not to mention getting injured, it would be a problem if he could even run away. He was only in the Carnate realm now, and there was no way he could compete with these monstrous geniuses. At this moment, Zi Chen knew the difference between them just by looking at the 3 monstrous geniuses fighting against the water monsters. I must become stronger. Zi Chen clenched his fists, full of desire for power. Following the call of the big water monster, more and more water monsters appeared, densely packed and endless. It seemed that this time, it had summoned all the water monsters within a few miles. However, not all of the water monsters responded to the summons. Some of the water monsters gathered around Zi Chen, causing the ball to grow even larger. Once again, the 10,000 water monsters became tens of thousands. It was a terrifying sight. Zi Chen felt his hair stand on end. With so many water monsters joining in, the remaining true energy realm experts who were still holding on were exhausted and gradually lost. These water monsters seemed to be endless. Finally, in the midst of screams, the water monsters turned into meatballs. When the meatballs dissipated, the cultivators would be killed. Monk followed behind the giant ball. He wasn't sure if Zi Chen was inside, but it was very likely. Therefore, he followed carefully. Along the way, he casually killed some water monsters that were left alone without any danger. However, after the big water monster was injured, it summoned its underlings, and water monsters came from all directions. Some of them noticed Monk and immediately swarmed towards him. Damn it! You guys could have just gone to find the ice lotus. Why did you have to be so arrogant and hurt them? What a bunch of idiots. Looking at the hundreds and even thousands of water monsters around him, Monk's scalp went numb. He didn't look like a monk at all. He opened his mouth and cursed. Then, he raised his protective light shield and attacked continuously. Bang! Bang! Loud sounds were heard. Monk was no longer merciful at this moment. He attacked decisively and killed many water monsters. It's that damn monk. That damn guy. Hearing the sound, Zi Chen scanned with his mind and found Monk. He was so angry that his teeth itched. But at this moment, he was surrounded by tens of thousands of water monsters. He couldn't give Monk a sneak attack. No, they are all fighting. I should take the opportunity to get the ice lotus. Zi Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt that this was an opportunity. However, the group of water monsters did not move anymore. Buzz. Around Zi-Chen, the golden light once again vibrated. After more than 10 vibrations, it finally attracted the attention of the water monsters. The water monsters once again moved, continuing to head deeper into the depths. Furthermore, Zi-Chen was extremely cautious, using his will to search for any possible location where the ice lotus might be. Bang! After fighting for a long time, Monk felt that something was wrong. Then, he raised his light shield and stopped killing the water monsters. He let them form into a giant ball and sink. One big ball and one small ball, the two balls went deeper into the lake. While going down, Zi-Chen's mind scanned every corner in search of the ice lotus. But to no avail. After about 10 meters, when he was close to the bottom of the lake, Zi-Chen used his mind to find a cave. The cave was 2 meters wide and 10 meters deep. After the water monsters landed here, they stopped moving. They closed their eyes and seemed to be taking a nap. The golden light around Zi-Chen flickered and vibrated, but the water monsters didn't move forward. It was as if there was a forbidden area in front of them. Unwilling to give up, Zi-Chen could only use his mind to explore the cave. When his mind reached the depths of the cave, Zi-Chen was stunned. In the depths of the cave, there was a half-meter-long piece of ice. In the middle of the ice, there was a lotus. It was vivid and sparkling. It was the ice lotus. It's here. Zi-Chen's eyes lit up. He finally found the ice lotus. But before he could think of a way to get out of the encirclement, he saw a small ball falling from above and going straight to the cave. Chapter 234. Zi-Chen hated the monk to begin with. At this moment, when he saw the ice lotus that he had painstakingly found being snatched by the monk, Zi-Chen's hatred for the monk reached a monstrous level. This damn monk. If the monk was a piece of meat, Zi-Chen would have eaten him alive. He would have even chewed on his bones and swallowed them without spitting them out. This king damn monk. Zi-Chen was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. The monk's speed was very fast. Carrying the small ball, he used some unknown method to avoid the big water monster and the 3 monsters. Furthermore, when he landed, the golden light around his body trembled. All the water monsters were forced to retreat, but many of them were directly killed by the shock. Ha ha! The monk grinned and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Monk, stop it. Zi-Chen could no longer care about hiding and directly sent out a message. Kid, wait till I get the ice lotus. I'll settle the score with you. The monk laughed and walked past Zi-Chen. There were tens of thousands of water monsters around Zi-Chen. However, they were all taking a nap. They didn't even react when the monk walked past them. Moreover, some of the water monsters that were pushed back just now were heading towards Zi-Chen. Then, they closed their eyes and took a nap. Are these guys who haven't slept for hundreds of years? Zi-Chen was speechless. But at this moment, he couldn't do anything to Zi-Chen. Ha ha, you can continue hiding. The monk grinned. The ice lotus was inside the cave and there was no danger at all. The 3 fools fought against the water monster while Zi-Chen, the fool, was trapped in his own trap. No one fought with the monk for the ice lotus anymore. Getting the ice lotus was a surefire thing. Let's go, little fool. The monk was very excited and was about to enter the cave. Go to hell, monk. Zi-Chen was furious. He roared and golden light surged around him. Then, a surge of energy surged out. It was like a cannonball had exploded. A huge amount of energy rushed out in all directions. The water surged and a shockwave appeared. Following that, a shockwave blasted away the tens of thousands of water monsters. Because he had used all his strength and the water monsters were all coiled up together, the moment they flew out, it looked like a huge bunch of them had landed on the monk's head. The water monsters were awakened by the huge impact. At the same time, Zi-Chen removed the light shield around him and retracted all his energy. Buzz. Tens of thousands of water monsters went berserk at this moment. They went completely berserk as they danced around, baring their fangs as they charged towards Zi-Chen and the monk. Brat, you're crazy. Monk's face changed. These were tens of thousands of water monsters. If they were to attack, someone would definitely die. Not only will you attract those 3 idiots, you will also kill me. The monk roared, and the golden light around him became even more intense. I want to kill you. Zichen didn't care. He retracted his aura and charged towards the monk. Looking at his expression, it seemed like he wanted to perish together with him. Buzz. After the tens of thousands of water monsters lost the power of Zichen's lightning, they went berserk. They opened their mouths and a white light appeared. This was lightning. Every single water monster shot out a bolt of lightning. There were tens of thousands of them. Tens of thousands of lightning bolts appeared in this small area. If they were to explode, the power would be unimaginable. This was definitely going to kill someone. Monk's face changed completely. He opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. Ma! The 6-syllable mantra appeared once again. It was as if it had appeared in his heart, causing his heart to tremble. Zichen's heart felt as if it had suffered a heavy blow. However, he didn't lose his focus. The mysterious heart was still strong. As for those water monsters, even though they lost their focus, their lightning bolts didn't stop. They continued to charge forward. Damn it, I used it wrong. Monk cursed. At this moment, he should have used the Buddhist sect's lion's roar. Roar. Monk mustered all his strength. He opened his mouth and let out a loud roar. It was like the roar of a divine lion. A huge shockwave surged out and spread in all directions. In the loud explosion, a quarter of the lightning bolts were dispersed by the roar. This was Monk's full-strength attack. It was indeed terrifying. However, 3/4 of the lightning bolts still exploded in this small area. Rumble. Boundless energy exploded. The aura of the lightning bolts surged. A terrifying aura rushed towards Zichen and Monk. In this aura, Monk could only feel destruction. However, Zichen could feel a familiar energy. He could absorb this energy completely. However, if the energy was too strong, it would bring about destruction. Thus, at this critical juncture, Zichen dodged and drilled into the cave. The lightning bolts were raging. It was like a lightning net that landed on Zichen's body. However, the latter didn't care. He didn't react at all. As if nothing had happened, he rushed straight into the cave. The monk was dumbfounded when he saw how Lin Fan was able to withstand the lightning without even putting up a protective light barrier. But soon after, more lightning energy exploded from his body. Rumble. The lightning bolts were violent. A huge wave that was hundreds of meters high was raised on the lake. Monk was even sent flying hundreds of meters away. Puff. He coughed up blood. Obviously, he was injured. Zichen, you and I are irreconcilable enemies, Monk said in an unwilling voice. At this moment, Zichen had already rushed into the cave. He went deep into the cave and took away the ice. Even the ice lotus disappeared. Rumble. But then, with a loud sound, the entire cave shattered and began to collapse. Pieces of rolling stones appeared and crushed Zichen inside. Monk was seriously injured. Zichen was crushed by the rolling stones. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Roar. An angry roar was heard. The strange movement below had angered the big water monster. The latter summoned a group of small water monsters and rushed down quickly. It was only a few dozen meters. They arrived in the blink of an eye. Monk, it's you. Evil good monk. You actually snuck into this place. The 3 monsters arrived in a flash as well. When they saw the monk, their faces turned extremely ugly. Don't misunderstand. Monk waved his hand. Misunderstand? Evil good monk, you must have gotten the ice lotus for sneaking in. Hand it over. Kang Meng took a step forward. The saber in his hand shone coldly. Hand over the ice lotus. Otherwise, we will fight to the death, Li Hao said coldly. As for Wu Yuan, he locked his eyes on Zichen. I didn't get the ice lotus. Zichen took it away. Monk felt wronged. He was seriously injured because of the ice lotus. Nonsense. You are the only one here. Where did Zichen come from? You were the one who tried to sow discord. Li Hao looked at Monk. Monk, don't try to deny it. Hand over the ice lotus. Kang Meng was aggressive. His saber was flickering. I really didn't take it. It's Zi Chen. He's here. Monk was about to say that Zi Chen was crushed by a huge rock and his life was uncertain. Woo! But before he could say anything, the cave collapsed. The giant water monster roared angrily. The sound wave interrupted Monk's words. It turned around and glared at Monk. Monk was selfish. Tens of thousands of thunderbolts exploded. They were so powerful that even he was injured. Zi Chen's thunderbolts were no weaker than his. Plus, he was greedy and only thought of snatching the ice lotus. He didn't even activate his protective light shield. Even if he had an extraordinary body, he would definitely die. Thinking of this possibility, Monk didn't say anything. After all, the dead wouldn't move. He could just run away and come back for the secret manual in the future. As soon as the giant water monster finished speaking, countless smaller water monsters moved. They rushed towards Monk. At the same time, the giant water monster also rushed towards Monk. Go to hell, you despicable Monk. Kang Meng was enraged. He raised the long blade in his hand. A pitch-black blade radiance flashed. He was about to slash down. The three of them were sure that Monk had snatched the ice lotus. Then, Li Hao and Wu Yuan attacked too. Ma! Monk was prepared. He opened his mouth and the 6 syllables Sanskrit mantra appeared. Then, he turned into a ray of light and escaped upwards. He was very fast. Woo! The giant water monster recognized Monk as his enemy and chased after him. Then, the smaller water monsters swarmed towards him. Then, the 3 monsters turned into lightning. Seeing everyone chasing after him, Monk sneered. He had a plan in his mind. Peng! Suddenly, there was a huge tremor on the surface of the lake. Then, a golden figure appeared. Monk Evil Good was the first to run out. Zi Chen, die! However, at this moment, a strong cultivator appeared in the void and raised his hand to strike out a palm. This was a Zephyr cultivator who had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw the golden light appear, he struck out with a fierce strike without thinking. Because Zi Chen's energy was golden. Me. Monk had the urge to curse. He couldn't believe that Yukong had mistaken him for someone else. He was going to take the attack for nothing. So, he turned around and rushed into the lake. Boom! The palm landed on the surface of the lake, creating huge waves that were hundreds of meters tall. Terrifying energy surged in the lake. Instantly, there were many floating corpses of the water monsters. It was martial ancestors Yukong. After the attack, he felt extremely embarrassed and hid in the void again. There were some cultivators who came late. They didn't dare to go down when they saw that the lake had turned red. They hid in the distance and watched. Seeing that Yukong had attacked the wrong person, they were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Seems like Yukong had mistaken him for someone else. Everyone was speechless. How could they encounter such a situation? The surface of the lake surged again as if there was a fierce battle going on. Then, the golden light flashed again and the monk rushed out again. But this time, he was carrying a few water monsters with him. One of them even bit his butt and refused to let go. Swoosh! Yukong did not attack again. After Tyrant soared into the air, he flew toward the surface of the lake. Shortly after, his body turned into a golden light and sped off into the distance. Damn, another one of the best. The monk had a bald head and he had a few water monsters on him. There was even one on his butt. He fled as if he was flying. The water monsters were still swaying non-stop. This scene made everyone speechless. That's Evil Good Monk. Heavens, he actually came as well. Why does he look so pathetic? That monstrous monk. *T Evil Monk. This is an evil monk, a scoundrel. He is good at swindling, and stealing. I wonder which temple he came from. Someone spoke. Obviously, he didn't like the monk very much. P.S. I worked so hard, but I didn't get a recommendation. I'm in a very bad mood. This is an indescribable feeling. Disappointment, loss, all kinds of negative emotions are surging up. Since he was in a bad mood, his efficiency would naturally be lower. He would save up 1 or 2 chapters to prevent any unexpected situations from happening. Please forgive me, Please understand. Chapter 235. The appearance of the monk was already surprising enough. But soon, another 3 voices were heard. Li Hao, Kang Meng, and Wu Yuan also rushed out and chased after Tyrant like shooting stars. That's Li Hao from the Li family. Oh my god, he's a monster. He's chasing after the monk too. Did the monk steal something? The crowd exclaimed. The crowd was in an uproar again. Who's that man with the blade? He's burly and he's not any slower than Li Hao. Oh my god, that's Kang Meng, the monster of the Kang family. His blade skills have reached perfection. Someone exclaimed again. There's another one. Could he be a monster too? The 3 of them seem to be similar. Am I seeing things? That's Wu Yuan, the monster of the martial ancestor. Oh my god, the 3 monsters are chasing after the monk. The hundreds of cultivators who came earlier were tricked by the monk into jumping into the lake. None of them survived. Those who came later were excited to see the 3 monsters for the first time. Weren't the 3 monstrous geniuses chasing after Zi Chen? Why are they chasing after a monk now? The monsters of the 3 factions came out to kill Zi Chen and caused a huge uproar. But now, they were chasing after the monk, which confused the crowd. Who knows? Maybe the evil monk did something weird. Could it be that the monk stole the ice lotus? That's possible. The monk has a bad character. He's a swindler and has done all kinds of bad things. Now that he appeared from the bottom of the lake, he must have stolen the ice lotus. Just as the crowd was discussing, the surface of the lake surged again. Then, a giant creature appeared. It was 10 meters tall and had small horns on its head. It looked like a small dragon. As soon as it came out of the lake, it seemed to have sensed something. It raised its head and looked at the sky with fear in its eyes. Then, it turned back and let out an angry roar. Oh my god, that's a water monster. A water monster that's more than 10 meters tall. It should be the king of the water monsters. That's terrifying. Everyone's expression changed and they retreated again. Yu Kong, who was hiding in the dark, did not know what was going on. When he saw that his young master was actually chasing after the monk, each of them appeared from the dark and turned into a ray of light, charging towards the monk. A total of 6 Yuzongs disappeared from the sky, which once again caused a wave of astonishment. One had to know that they had been here for a long time, but they had never discovered any Yuzongs hiding in the dark. Just as everyone was feeling that the events that had happened today were truly inconceivable, another explosion sounded from the lake. Following which, a golden figure appeared. It was Zi Chen. At this moment, his clothes were in tatters and there were many wounds all over his body. After rushing out of the lake, he spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. The cave collapsed and huge rocks rolled down. Zi Chen was severely injured and even fainted. It was Ah Mo who woke him up and told him that they had already left to chase after the monk. Zi Chen cautiously avoided the enraged water monster and rushed out of the lake. With a sweep of his eyes, Zi Chen saw the water stains on the ground and immediately knew the direction that the monk had fled in. Monk, thank you. Grinning, Zi Chen aggravated his wounds once again. After snatching the ice lotus and letting the monk take the blame, he was elated. The intense pain made him grimace and then he flew in the opposite direction. As for the monk's life or death, Zi Chen did not care at all. Since the evil monk was willing to take the blame, he definitely did not have good intentions. This was something that Zi Chen could guess. Who is that person? He looks familiar. I don't know, but he does look familiar. I think I've seen him somewhere before, but I just can't remember where. The cultivators who had not left yet all asked curiously after seeing Zi Chen. His Zi Chen. Oh my god, he's in there too. He's even at the bottom of the lake. But why did the 3 monsters abandon him and chase after the monk? Zi Chen. He's the Zi Chen who offended several major forces. The 3 monsters came out for him and threatened to kill him. That's Zi Chen. I've seen him before. He used an ancient weapon to kill Li Hua and kill Kang He. Zi Chen heard the exclamations, but he did not stop. Instead, he sped up. He came out from the bottom of the lake and spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. He should be injured. Zi Chen has a precious treasure on him. Now that he's injured, He'll definitely die if he encounters someone from a major family. That's right. Zi Chen has a precious treasure that even the martial ancestor would be jealous of. He also has the strongest inheritance of the Wuji sect. He's a moving treasure trove. Some cultivators were discussing. Then why aren't we chasing? What are we waiting for? A cultivator reacted and shouted, chasing after Zi Chen. Yes, Zi Chen is injured and his strength is less than 10%. Once we kill him, we'll definitely gain a lot. He's a moving treasure trove. He has something that even the major forces would be jealous of. Everyone reacted and greed grew in their hearts. After a shout, they quickly chased after Zi Chen. Kill. Don't let him escape. All this time, it had been the major forces chasing after Zi Chen. It was the first time that independent cultivators were chasing after him. They were all independent cultivators, a motley crew. Although they were weak, they seized the best opportunity, which was when Zi Chen was seriously injured. The sound of something breaking through the air kept coming from behind as one figure after another caught up. Among the independent cultivators, there was no lack of experts, including true energy boundary cultivators. Zi Chen was seriously injured. Even with the world's fastest speed, he was not very fast at the moment. Every time he breathed and moved, Zi Chen felt intense pain all over his body. Go to hell. The sound of something breaking through the air was getting closer and closer. Finally, a cultivator caught up. A first celestial layer cultivator shouted and smashed a heavy hammer in his hand at Zi Chen. The sharp whistling sound was extremely ear-piercing and carried a terrifying aura. If Zi Chen was at his peak, he would not be afraid of such a blow. However, he was seriously injured at the moment. Once he was hit, his injuries would worsen. A cold light flashed in his hand and the ancient weapon appeared. It drew a silver light and directly pierced forward. Puff! The heavy hammer was instantly pierced through by the long spear like tofu. Then, a spear light shot out from the tip of the spear and pierced the cultivator's heart. A first celestial layer true energy expert was killed in one blow. Even though Zi Chen was seriously injured, he was still strong. Huff, huff. Zi Chen gasped for breath. The blow just now had affected his injuries. The wounds that were about to heal started to bleed again. He is already at the end of his rope. Let's attack with all our strength. Someone shouted and signaled for everyone to come forward. Clang. A red light flashed and a sharp blade appeared, stabbing towards Zi Chen's heart. The angle was sharp and the attack was decisive and ruthless. Swoosh. A bright light flashed and a thick blade light came from the distance with a terrifying aura. Clang. In Zi Chen's hand, the long spear was like a poisonous dragon. It touched the sharp blade, and with a crisp sound, the sharp blade broke. At the same time, the long spear swept and pierced the cultivator's body. Swoosh. Then, the long spear moved and the cultivator was instantly split in two by the blade light. At the same time, Zi Chen's long spear drew a silver light and pointed at the cultivator's throat. 2 more people died. The ancient weapon was very sharp. Wherever it passed, the soldiers were broken and people were killed. Almost no one could block Zi Chen's second attack. Puff. The silver light flashed like a poisonous dragon. A cultivator was hit between the eyebrows by the spear light. The materialized sharp light shot out from the back of his head, and he died a violent death. Swoosh. The long sword swept and fell from the sky like a sharp blade. A cultivator was split in two, and the scene was very bloody. His fierce battle strength shocked everyone. Even if he was seriously injured, Zi Chen still told everyone that he was an inviolable person. His eyes swept across the area, and his might spread out in all directions. Everyone was frightened and retreated backwards. Zi Chen had successfully intimidated everyone. The bloody corpses next to him were all killed in one blow. They were the foundation of deterrence. Ahem. Zi Chen coughed softly. His injuries worsened again. Even the mysterious heart couldn't recover in time. Zi Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned paler. He's already at the end of his rope. The opportunity is right in front of him. If he backs away now, he will be struck by lightning in the future. The inheritance treasure is right in front of him. If he doesn't, He will still be mediocre for the rest of his life. The bewitching voice sounded in the crowd again. I'm just a nobody. No one cares about me. If I kill Zi Chen today and get the inheritance, I will become famous. This is a chance. A carnate cultivator appeared with a long blade in his hand and walked out of the crowd. This guy seemed to be a gambler. He dared to show up with a blade at the early stage of the carnate level and bet his life. I'm also a nobody. Another person walked out. He looked ordinary and was stronger than the gambler. He was at the mid-stage of the carnate level. I want to try too. Another person appeared. Zi Chen is seriously injured today. If you don't try, you will regret it for the rest of your life. If you win, you will be respected by the world. If you lose, you will only lose your life. 20 years later, you will be a hero again. The provocative voice sounded again. It was full of bewitching and tempting. Kill. A few more cultivators walked out. They all wanted to bet on Zi Chen for a lifetime of glory and wealth. Zi Chen didn't say anything. These people were either gamblers or had been blinded by greed. It was useless to explain. He could only use battle to speak. If he lived, he would be the winner. If he died, he would be eliminated. Kill. With a loud roar, the army formed by gamblers and greed once again charged towards Zi Chen, full of killing intent. Zi Chen stood with his spear. He didn't know how to use the spear, but he knew how to kill. He moved his spear like a poisonous snake, fierce and fast. Poof. One hit, one life. The gambler was the first to die. He was just an early-stage carnate-level cultivator. He didn't have the slightest chance of winning, but he still wanted to die. Bang! The spear shook like a dragon coming out of the sea, bringing a large silver light. 2 more people became dead souls under the spear. These people were crazy and fearless. At this moment, their brains were filled with blood and they didn't know what death was. There were no living souls under the ancient weapon. They were all dead souls. Poof! The last person fell in front of the spear. At this moment, there were already more than a dozen corpses in front of Zi Chen. He stood with his spear, his eyes emotionless and his figure majestic. There were still many cultivators in front, and the bewitching person hadn't appeared yet. Chapter 236. Zi Chen stood tall with his spear in hand. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Beside him was a corpse lying on the ground in a miserable state. Blood splattered all over the ground. None of the souls survived under the ancient weapon. He was like a god of death, decisive and merciless. Everyone retreated with fear in their eyes. Cough, cough. But with a light cough, Zi Chen spat out blood. His face turned pale once again, and his endless deterrence disappeared in an instant. He can't take it anymore. He's like a lamp that has run out of oil. Again. The instigating voice once again sounded. However, this time around, before he could finish speaking, his voice came to an abrupt halt. A long spear had already pierced into the other party's mouth, instantly penetrating it. Come up yourself if you have the ability. Hiding behind the crowd and instigating is the behavior of a despicable person. Zi Chen said coldly. The long spear in his hand flashed and appeared in his hand. Fast. Too fast. Everyone was shocked. No one noticed when Zi Chen appeared in front of them. His speed was unbelievably fast. In the crowd, there was one person who was about to leave quietly. But Zi Chen stared at him coldly. In an instant, he felt a chill in his heart, as if he was in an ice cellar. You're even more despicable than a despicable person. I'll send you on your way. The silver light flashed again and another instigator fell to the ground. Blood flowed out from his wound. Cough, cough. Zi Chen coughed out blood again, and his face turned even paler. But no one dared to have any evil thoughts. Because everyone who had evil thoughts had already fallen into a pool of blood. Moreover, Zi Chen had been coughing blood since the beginning. But until now, he was still as fierce as ever. He never used a second attack to kill. Zi Chen, you can't let these people live. They'll expose your whereabouts. Everyone was scared out of their wits, and no one dared to have any ideas about Zi Chen. Under Zi Chen's cold gaze, they all retreated one by one, obviously intending to leave. However, At that moment, Amo spoke. Zi Chen stood with his spear and did not move. If you let them go, they will turn around and tell the big powers. When that happens, we will be hunted down again. Only by killing them can we prevent future troubles. Seeing that Zi Chen was indifferent, Amo became anxious. I only kill those who deserve to be killed. Zi Chen turned around and flew towards the distant forest. Childish, really childish. In the world of cultivators, it's either you die or I die. Everything is for profit. Everything is for profit. Do you understand? Amo said bitterly. I only know that I have to stick to my heart. Zi Chen said indifferently. Everything was for the sake of profit. He naturally knew this, and he had used his life to experience it. Everything was for profit. But Zi Chen couldn't do it. He killed people like flies, but he never killed the innocent. Everyone he killed deserved to die. He was cold and heartless, but he had a kind heart. It was laughable that a person who killed people like scything flax was a kind person. But that's what happened. Ferocious, this is too ferocious. He spat out blood while killing people. Under the ancient weapon, no one can survive. Monk fled all the way and spent a lot of effort to get rid of the pursuers. But before he reached the ice lake, he heard the cultivators discussing. Ancient weapon. Monk frowned. It seemed that Zi Chen had an ancient weapon. He is indeed ferocious. That is an existence comparable to a monster. Even if he is seriously injured, he still killed several true energy realm experts. Zi Chen is indeed Zi Chen. The two of them were discussing, shaking their heads and sighing. They didn't have the guts to gamble with their lives. What? What do you mean by Zi Chen? Could it be that Zi Chen is still alive? Monk suddenly appeared and asked coldly. He had a bad feeling in his heart. You are that evil monk. A cultivator saw Monk and his expression changed. But he knew that he had said something wrong and quickly shut his mouth. Tell me, what is going on with the Zi Chen you were talking about? If it was in the past, Monk would have put his palms together and pretended to be righteous. He would have called them almsgivers and asked them about it. But ever since he met Zi Chen, Monk's life changed. He was always unlucky. Every time he met Zi Chen, he would be at a disadvantage. It was as if he had met his nemesis. At this moment, he stopped pretending. It was meaningless. It is Zi Chen. He started a massacre near the ice lake and killed many true energy realm experts. He is not dead yet. No, he is just seriously injured. His combat strength is still there. The cultivator was terrified. His eyes were filled with fear. He said whatever he knew. This monk was not a good person and was notorious. He didn't dare to lie. Ah, Zi Chen, you and I cannot exist under the same sky. The monk let out a thunderous roar. His roar was deafening. The two cultivators almost fainted from the roar. They quickly covered their ears and fled in panic. After roaring, Monk chased after Zi Chen. He was anxious and miscalculated again. Why did he use the word again? This was because the monk, who always took every possibility into account, had already miscalculated many times in front of Zi Chen. Monk turned into a golden light and chased after Zi Chen. Not long after they left, 3 figures appeared in the distance. They were the 3 great monsters. I knew this monk would not be honest. Li Hao said coldly. Then, he stopped the 2 cultivators. Encountering another 3 monstrous geniuses, the 2 cultivators were shocked. In just a few hours, the 2 of them had encountered 5 monstrous geniuses. The 2 of them answered honestly, telling him everything about Zi Chen and the questions that the monk had asked. That monk did not lie. The ice lotus must have been taken by Zi Chen. Kang Meng said. But if Zi Chen took the ice lotus, why didn't we see him when we went down? Wu Yuan was confused. We did indeed see the monk alone. However, there were many rocks in the surroundings. I believe that a mountain collapsed underground and buried Zi Chen. The monk thought that Zi Chen was dead, so he lured us away. Li Hao analyzed after a moment of silence. That monk is indeed greedy and cunning. The other 2 were furious. If we knew Zi Chen was under the stone, we would have killed him no matter what. Now, we missed the chance. What happened next was simple. They chased after him. Zi Chen fled aimlessly. During this period, he kept swallowing pills and his injuries were slowly recovering. Zi Chen, I, Li Hao, will kill you. Li Hao stood on the back of the Rock King and shouted coldly. Zi Chen, I, Kang Meng, will give you 10 moves. Come out if you can. I'll kill you with the 11th move. Kang Meng held a huge saber in his hand and looked like a giant. Every step he took caused the world to tremble. Zi Chen, even if you run to the end of the world, I, Wu Yuan, will kill you. Martial Ancestor was not to be outdone. The appearance of the three forces was very strong. They chased after Zi Chen all the way. At the same time, Evil Good and Evil Good was also looking for an opportunity to sneak attack. Zi Chen's incident shocked the world. All the forces and cultivators were paying attention to Zi Chen. Did he escape alive or was he killed on the spot? Latest news. Zi Chen just escaped from Nimbus Martial Ancestor's range and went south. Kang Meng chased after him and slashed. All the cultivators in the world were paying attention to Zi Chen's incident. Zi Chen is injured, but he escaped successfully. Kang Meng lost Zi Chen. The successful escape caused an uproar. Li Hao caught up with Zi Chen and unleashed a sky full of flames, burning an entire mountain. All the beasts and creatures on the mountain died. What about Zi Chen? He escaped injured. Oh my God, he escaped again. Is he a cockroach that can't be killed? News about Zi Chen spread in the major cities. Wu Yuan used Destruction Palm. Martial Ancestor used his battle techniques repeatedly. A plane was turned into a canyon. Zi Chen escaped again with serious injuries. However, Evil Good and Evil Good caught up with him. Damn it, that monk only knows how to sneak attack. He's not a good person. This was the news a few days ago. All the cultivators rushed to the location of the incident. The ground collapsed and a huge crack that was hundreds of meters long appeared. Boundless energy was still surging even after a few days. It was obvious that a huge battle had taken place. Zi Chen is so fierce. Even though he's seriously injured, he still fought fiercely with the monk and left behind such a miserable battlefield. By the time everyone arrived, Zi Chen and the monk had already disappeared. A few days later, there was another news. The monk was slightly injured. How can that be? Evil Good and Evil Good is so strong that even the monsters can't injure him. Zi Chen is already seriously injured. How could he injure the monk? On this day, the world was shocked. Everyone was in disbelief. Evil Good and Evil Good's combat strength was not weaker than the three monsters. Some people even guessed that the monk was stronger than the three monsters. Even though his character wasn't that great, there was nothing to be said about this monk's combat strength. Zi Chen used a forbidden weapon. Another day later, the reason for the monk's injury was announced. Once a forbidden weapon was used, who could fight against it? It was natural for the monk to be slightly injured. Zi Chen went all the way south, attracting the attention of everyone. During this period, there were a few more huge battles and Zi Chen escaped successfully. The people of Assassin's Pavilion attacked with a Shawkill attack. That sword light is like the sun in the sky. It's so bright that people can't open their eyes. Someone saw this scene from afar and spread the news. Is Zi Chen dead or alive? I don't know. I only heard the assassins of Assassin's Pavilion roaring. Zi Chen escaped all the way. However, he was like a cockroach that could not be killed. Every time he met a monster, he would be injured. However, he would recover quickly. News. The three monsters surrounded Zi Chen at the Broken Mountain Canyon. It's said that the monk is hiding in the dark. When the news spread, the world sighed. It's over. A monster of a generation has fallen. It's a pity. Zi Chen's combat strength is unparalleled, but his cultivation realm is too low. Moreover, he's a rogue cultivator. He's definitely at a disadvantage against the monsters of the major factions. He's definitely going to die now that he's surrounded by the three factions. A monstrous genius had fallen in the end, and the major powers had won. The independent cultivators had once again lost the battle with the major powers. This was a result that had long been expected, but it was also very disappointing. He still hasn't created a miracle. He's just a rogue cultivator. Naturally, he can't go against the major factions. He's not heaven-defying after all. On this day, the world sighed. No one thought that Zichen could survive after being surrounded by the three factions. He had no backing, no power, and no influence. Zichen's death was an inevitable and necessary outcome. He was not like the monk. Although the monk was evil and had a bad reputation, he had a strong backing and no one was willing to provoke him. Even the major factions had to be polite to him. Unfortunately, Zichen was just a rogue cultivator and no one cared about him. Chapter 237. The three forces surrounded Zichen. Everyone thought that Zichen would definitely die, but the result was beyond their expectations. The latest news is that Zichen fought a fierce battle with the three Avilders. He was seriously injured, but he escaped successfully. As soon as the news came out, the world was shocked. First, they checked whether the news was true or false. A day later, it was confirmed that the brother of a friend of an itinerant cultivator's uncle, who was a servant of the Li family, gave the accurate news. Zichen was still alive. Oh my God, he's really alive. He didn't die in the face of the siege of the three forces. After a fierce battle, he escaped with serious injuries. Miracle, this is a miracle. Zichen is the creator of miracles. He's going to defy the heavens. Zichen escaped again, which shocked the world. All the itinerant cultivators were happy for Zichen. At this moment, Zichen represented all the powerless itinerant cultivators in the world and counterattacked the major forces. He created a magnificent feat and performed a miracle. Bullshit, what fierce battle. This thief is very slippery. He actually found the entrance to the underground water and escaped. The three forces felt wronged. There was no fierce battle at all. They just surrounded Zichen. Many people didn't even see Zichen's face before he escaped. But now the outside world was abuzz with the news that Zichen fought with the Avilders of the three forces. After the battle, the world shook and the sea dried up and the rocks crumbled. Although he was seriously injured, he escaped successfully. The three forces were in a difficult situation, but they couldn't speak of it. The high-profile comeback of the three Avilders actually made the itinerant cultivators in the world stand on Zichen's side. Various versions appeared. All of them were unfavorable to the three forces. Although none of them were true, everyone liked to hear about it. Sometimes, even they didn't believe what they said. It was pure imagination. However, the three forces became the object of imagination of the itinerant cultivators in the world, which was somewhat embarrassing. It's all because of this greedy monk. He's greedy and despicable. If it weren't for him, Zichen would have been dead. The tyrant was also plotting for Zichen's belongings and had been following him all the way. However, he was not on the same path as the other three forces. Naturally, there were some small conflicts between them. However, this conflict was fatal at the critical moment. Zichen's repeated attempts to escape had something to do with the monk. After the shocking battle in the canyon, Zichen seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, vanishing without a trace. No matter how hard the three forces and the assassins from the Heavenly Slaughter Pavilion searched for him, they could not find a single clue. Lightning Dominion. It was rumored that the lightning region was formed after a corner of the mysterious lightning divine hall was shattered, and for the sake of this corner of the lightning region, a large sect was destroyed. And this large sect was the Boundless sect. After seeing the lightning territory and understanding its origins, Amo sighed endlessly. It was as if he had returned to 10,000 years ago, an era filled with war. What exactly is the Lightning Divine Palace? Zichen hid in the fourth level of the lightning region and asked. After escaping all the way to the south, Zichen finally hid in the lightning region. This was probably something that no one would have thought of. Furthermore, to the outside world, the lightning region was a dangerous place. Even those who came by flying would not dare to enter, but Zichen could enter unimpeded. This was the best place to hide. It is rumored to be the inheritance of a god. If someone could enter the depths, they would be able to obtain the inheritance of the lightning divine hall. From then on, they would become immortal and indestructible, becoming the lightning divine hall. Mo hid in the Taiji diagram. This was the lightning region, and lightning was a fatal threat to a soul like him. Could there really be immortal and indestructible gods in this world? Zichen was astonished. I don't know. In any case, I have never seen it before. Everything is just a legend. However, the lightning divine hall truly exists. Every once in a while, it would appear. Then what about your old master? His battle strength was unparalleled. Could it be that he was not a god? Zichen asked. My old master's strength was unprecedented. However, there was still a certain gap between him and a god. Gods are known to be immortal and indestructible. Everything that is destroyed and killed is not a god. A true god is immortal and indestructible. Mo's voice was somewhat melancholic. Since he is immortal and indestructible, then why is there a god's inheritance? Where did the inheritance come from? What about the previous lightning god? Zichen was unwilling to accept this. Mo was startled. Clearly, he had never thought of this question. Everyone was blinded by the lightning divine hall. It was enough that there was an inheritance. Who would think about where the inheritance came from? After pondering for a moment, Mo said, I also do not know. Everything is just a rumor. I have never seen what the lightning divine hall looks like. Back then, when the sects attacked the lightning divine hall, I also do not know. What was the lightning divine hall? Practically no one could explain it clearly. In the entire Sky Martial continent, there was only one version that was passed down. That was that the lightning divine hall contained the lightning god's inheritance. Once one obtained it, they would be immortal and indestructible. However, countless years had passed, and no one had ever ascended the lightning divine hall. Lightning region's 4th level. With the spatial spirit ring, there was no need to worry about food and drink. Zichen simply went into seclusion here to recover from his injuries. Stalk after stalk of spirit herbs were swallowed by Zichen into his stomach, refining them to recover from his injuries. 7 days later, after refining all of the 1,000-year-old spirit herbs, Zichen's bones began to emit popping sounds, as if beans were being fried. His entire body was overflowing with golden light. His injuries had already completely healed. After a series of fierce battles and continuous fleeing, Zichen's strength had once again improved a little. He was now one step closer to the true energy boundary. Within abdomen, the golden Zhen Qi was even denser. However, it was still far from enough to step into the true energy boundary. When others broke through to the true energy boundary, a single true energy pill was enough. However, Mo insisted on not letting Zichen use the true energy pill. Instead, he worked hard to raise his strength. Once the Zhen Qi in his body reached a certain limit, it would naturally transform into true energy. What you cultivated before was the heavenly lightning body tempering art. If I'm not wrong, this cultivation technique's early stage is to temper the body. Only when you reach the true energy boundary is the true tempering of the body. Furthermore, you also cultivated a supreme secret technique. The combination of the two techniques allowed you to cultivate a perfect body. This is an extremely terrifying physique. It is said to be perfect, without any flaws. Perfect body cultivation is not easy to come by, and breaking through is even more difficult. When you break through to the true energy boundary, there might be some changes. Before you break through, you have to prepare in advance. Mo hid within the Taiji diagram and warned. His words were not without reason. The heavenly lightning body tempering art had already completed the tempering of the body. Presumably, the next step would be the true tempering of the body. After recovering from his injuries, Zichen sat cross-legged for another 2 days to completely stabilize his state of mind. After making all the preparations, he took out the ice lotus. The ice lotus had been sealed in ice for 5,000 years. At this moment, it appeared, emitting a brilliant light. Every lotus petal was crystal clear and exquisite. It was like a perfect ice sculpture without any flaws. Kaka. As the golden Zhen Qi was injected, cracks appeared on the solid ice. As the cracks spread, it finally exploded. The 5,000-year-old ice lotus appeared in Zichen's hand. The ice lotus was like a piece of solid ice. It was cold to the touch and crystal clear. It emitted a rich spiritual energy. As soon as it appeared from the solid ice, the spiritual energy began to dissipate. Even the air was cold. Chen took a deep breath and prepared for the breakthrough. Pop, with a golden light in his hand, a lotus petal shattered and turned into a ball of rich spiritual liquid. Chen took a big breath and the spiritual liquid was pulled into a line of water and was sucked into Chen's mouth. As the spiritual liquid entered his mouth, it was cool and very comfortable. As it entered his stomach, it turned into a cool energy and flowed into his meridians. Chen's entire body was glowing with a golden light. The supreme secret technique, along with the heavenly thunder reshaping incantation, was constantly circulating. Before this energy entered the dantian, it was first absorbed by the body. The energy contained in a lotus petal was almost unimaginable. It took a full 2 days for it to be completely absorbed. The golden light around Chen's body was even brighter. Pop pop, another 2 lotus petals shattered, turning into spiritual liquid and entering Chen's abdomen. An even denser spiritual energy surged towards his limbs and bones, and even into his body's bones. A 5,000-year-old spirit herb contained immense spiritual energy. Chen absorbed it very carefully. However, the perfect body, which should have reached its limits, was like a huge desert under the rich spiritual liquid. No matter how much spiritual liquid was injected, it couldn't satisfy the desert. At this moment, Chen realized the uniqueness of the perfect body. It was like a bottomless pit that couldn't be filled at all. His strength didn't break through, but his perfect body was still growing. It hadn't reached a limit. Golden quintessential energy surged in abdomen. It was just a little short of perfection. Pop pop, the lotus petal exploded and the energy entered his stomach. This energy was absorbed by his heart and then through his blood, it entered his bones and meridians. Finally, it was completely refined by the supreme secret canon. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. Chen had refined 5 lotus petals. There were still 4 petals and 1 stamen left. The golden light around him became even richer. His perfect body became stronger again as golden lightning surrounded his body. Pop 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 pop, the golden light in his hand tapped 4 times. With 4 consecutive sounds, the 4 petals shattered and the rich spiritual liquid entered his stomach. Chen sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. His body shimmered with golden light as he looked solemn. His perfect body was constantly transforming. At the same time, golden lightning lingered on his body. This was a sign that his lightning quintessential energy was about to reach perfection. The energy of the 4 petals was also absorbed bit by bit. Time passed. In the end, the stamen exploded and turned into pure spiritual liquid that entered Chen's body. This was a 5,000-year-old ice lotus. The spiritual energy it contained was indescribable. Chen originally imagined that it wouldn't be used up, but he never expected that just his perfect body would absorb 2/3 of the ice lotus's energy. Only when the final third was reached did he give some energy to abdomen. The golden light around Chen trembled as streaks of golden lightning swam around his body. When the stamen's energy was completely absorbed, Chen finally reached the peak of the Xiantian realm. He had finally broken through to carnate perfection. At this moment, the quintessential energy in his body reached a limit. When the conditions were right, it would naturally transform into quintessential essence. Boom! But at this moment, a strange change occurred. The entire Thunder Dominion began to tremble. Boundless lightning exploded and a thick bolt of lightning fell from the sky, directly piercing through the Thunder Dominion's light barrier and landing on Chen's body. It was a bolt of heavenly lightning. After Chen's strength reached perfection, the heavenly lightning body tempering art finally played its role and began to temper his body. Chapter 238. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down from above Chen's head. It was as though 5 bolts of lightning had struck him. A destructive aura rippled as the power of lightning wreaked havoc. The expected scene of Chen being crushed by the lightning did not happen. Golden light overflowed from Chen's body as streaks of golden lightning circled around his body, blocking the attack for him. It's indeed heavenly lightning striking the body. Zichen, you have to survive it. The benefits in the future will be great. Mo sent a voice transmission to Zichen with an excited tone. In the past, the Limitless sect dominated the southern region, but no one had heard of a true Essence Realm cultivator experiencing a lightning tribulation. Although Zichen's talent wasn't high, he had cultivated a terrifying perfect body. Now that he was about to experience a lightning tribulation, his future achievements would be limitless. Got it. Zichen had already opened his eyes. His eyes flickered as a powerful aura filled his body. After refining a 5,000-year-old ice lotus, his strength had become even stronger and his perfect body was even more terrifying. Boom! The second bolt of heavenly lightning struck down with a terrifying aura. The light barrier around the lightning dominion was like a decoration in front of the heavenly lightning. It was instantly pierced through and the heavenly lightning struck. Pang! Zichen clenched his fists and flew up into the sky. His perfect body was completely revealed as golden light blinded one's eyes. He brandished his fist and smashed at the second bolt of heavenly lightning. Dong! With a loud bang, the world trembled. The lightning in the lightning dominion became even more violent. The second bolt of heavenly lightning wreaked havoc, but it was shattered by Zichen. The powerful perfect body was very terrifying. The heavenly lightning was dispersed, turning into energy that scattered in all directions. Zichen sucked it into his body. Then, he circulated the Supreme Mystic Manual and refined the heavenly lightning energy. Boom! The lightning was terrifying. Each bolt was stronger than the last. When the third bolt of lightning struck down, the world emitted a blinding light. Zichen punched out as his body shone with golden light. Exuberant lifeblood surged into the sky and shattered the third bolt of lightning with a boom. This perfect body is too terrifying. It actually dispersed the heavenly lightning. Mo was extremely shocked in the Taiji diagram. Boom! There were no clouds in the sky for thousands of miles. All the heavenly lightning seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was no need to accumulate power at all. The fourth heavenly lightning quickly fell. It was even more powerful and had a destructive aura. It caused the space to tremble as it fell on Zichen's head. Pang! This time, the perfect body, which had always been successful, was injured. Zichen's figure flew backward, and cracks appeared on his fist that was emitting golden light. The fourth heavenly thunder already injured me slightly. I wonder how many there are in total. Zichen looked up at the sky with a solemn expression. The heavenly thunder was far more terrifying than he had imagined. The heavens and earth trembled as a destructive aura appeared. The fifth bolt of lightning descended, causing the space to tremble. Boom! When the lightning struck, Zichen used his perfect body to block it. Following that, blood splattered. His fist was injured, revealing eerie white bones. The protective light shield around Zichen also shattered. Boundless lightning energy entered his body and began to wreak havoc in his body. Each bolt of lightning was stronger and faster than the last. Boom! Just as the fifth bolt of lightning fell, the sixth bolt of lightning appeared. It was even stronger and more powerful. Before Zichen could react, it struck Zichen's head. Boundless lightning energy entered his body, almost splitting the top of Zichen's head. However, there was still a bolt of lightning energy that entered his sea of consciousness and converged with his will. Zichen could not help but cry out in pain when his will was attacked by the lightning. The heavenly thunder was attacking his will, surging with a destructive aura. However, if he was baptized by the lightning, Zichen's will would be strengthened again. Heavenly thunder tempering body was not only tempering the body, but also the will. However, there was half blessing and half disaster. It was up to him to see if he could avoid this calamity. Zichen gritted his teeth and persevered. He kept circulating his cultivation technique. The true chi in abdomen was mobilized again, filling the surface of his body. His eyes were abnormally bright as he looked at the sky. An unyielding fighting spirit rose in his heart. Zichen, you have a perfect body. It's just a single lightning tribulation. It's not worth mentioning. Once you survive it, your strength will increase greatly. Moreover, you will be able to cultivate the yin-yang secret art and become a well-deserved monster. Mo encouraged from the side. Boom. The seventh bolt of heavenly lightning landed on Zichen's body. The terrifying energy caused Zichen's body to be covered in blood. White bones were exposed in many places. The scene was very frightening. Ha! Zichen gritted his teeth and persevered. He activated the innate true qi in his body. With a loud shout, he went against the sky and rushed towards the eighth bolt of lightning. Boom! Thunder boomed, and the entire thunder region trembled. Zichen was struck down by the eighth bolt of heavenly thunder, smashing into the ground. His entire body was charred black, like a piece of charcoal, accompanied by a faint trace of life. Zichen, you have to persevere. It's just a single lightning tribulation. Once you survive it, you will truly transform. At that time, you will see the true terror of a perfect body. Mo shouted from within the Taiji diagram. Zichen, hope is in front of you. The yin-yang secret art is beckoning to you. Only when you break through to the true essence realm will you become a true monster. Zichen's charred body trembled slightly as if he was replying to Mo's words. In his heart, a steady stream of life energy was replenishing. Zichen's life aura also became more and more vigorous. Zichen's body trembled as rays of golden light appeared once again, breaking through his charred skin. His pitch-black eyes once again became bright and resplendent. Come on, the ninth bolt of lightning. Zichen's fighting spirit surged again. His heroic spirit soared into the sky, emitting an unyielding fighting spirit. At this moment, the ninth bolt of lightning fell. Boom! The last bolt of lightning exploded, but the sound covered the entire lightning territory. It was as if this bolt of lightning was the only thing left in the world. It fell from the sky, flashing with silver light. It was dazzling and had an aura of destruction as it went straight for Zichen. Zichen's body emitted a brilliant golden light. His entire body soared into the sky like a golden sun, rushing towards the ninth bolt of lightning. Boom! The lightning collided with Zichen, and an unparalleled aura erupted. Terrifying energy continued to wreak havoc. The silver light and golden light continued to be entangled in the air. Then, the silver light overshadowed the golden light and directly swallowed Zichen. Peng! A pitch-black figure fell from the sky. It was like a charred body, emitting black smoke. It smashed into the lightning territory without a sound. The world was silent. The first lightning tribulation had disappeared. Even the lightning territory had stopped raging. The first lightning tribulation had 9 bolts of lightning. After the 9 bolts of lightning fell, the world returned to calm. Everything was silent. Zichen. Mo's roar sounded from the Taiji diagram. With a flash of light, Mo appeared. He saw the charred corpse on the ground. It was completely silent. Zichen, you can't die, Mo shouted. You have a perfect body. A mere first lightning tribulation is nothing. Are you going to be knocked down just like that? Zichen had already turned into charcoal. His body was emitting black smoke. There was no sign of life, but Mo was still shouting. Zichen, don't forget about the hatred of the Nimbus martial ancestor. The Grand Elder is watching you from the sky. He's waiting for you to avenge the Nimbus martial ancestor. Mo shouted, trying to awaken Zichen's thoughts. And Lin Shui. She's also waiting for you. Su Mengyao's fate is unknown. How can you die now? Mo was roaring at the charred corpse, but the charred corpse was indifferent. There was no sound. The lightning tribulation was terrifying. It had an endless aura of destruction, but it was also accompanied by a rich vitality. Mo did not believe that Zichen would die. He was trying to awaken Zichen's thoughts that were about to die. Mo shouted loudly, his voice echoing over and over again. Pop! Zichen's charred body suddenly made a sound. Although it was very soft, it reached Mo's mind. Zichen, wake up quickly. Mo shouted loudly, his face filled with ecstasy. Spiritual senses surged out. He knew that Zichen's thoughts were still alive. Pop! Another sound was heard. The charred body trembled slightly as a golden light seemed to appear. Zichen, Lightning tribulation has completely transformed your perfect body. You have broken through to quintessential essence. You are a true monster. Hum. Suddenly, a rich vitality appeared. It was like a huge storm that appeared out of thin air. The rich vitality surged out from the charred corpse and spread in all directions. The charred corpse was nourished by the vitality. Zi Chen's aura gradually became stronger. This was a sign that he was about to recover. Peng. When the boundless vitality reached a limit, a loud sound was heard. The charred body exploded completely. A naked man appeared from within. He was surrounded by a golden light, like a golden sun that bloomed with endless golden light. The lightning tribulation had a terrifying aura of destruction, but it was also accompanied by vitality. This vitality allowed Zi Chen to reconstruct his body and complete another transformation. This was a true transformation. From innate stage to quintessential essence, and after going through the lightning tribulation, it formed a perfect body. At this moment, Zi Chen could be considered a perfect body. Perfect body. This is the perfect body. Zi Chen clenched his fists and felt a terrifying energy hibernating in his body. He had an illusion that if he punched out now, he could even shatter a mountain. In addition to the changes in his perfect body, Zi Chen's consciousness also became golden. After the baptism of the lightning tribulation, his consciousness became stronger. If Zi Chen's consciousness could extend dozens of meters before, then after the baptism of the lightning tribulation, Zi Chen's consciousness increased several times. It was almost comparable to the consciousness of those monsters. At the same time, the true qi in Zi Chen's abdomen had also successfully turned into quintessential essence. The golden lightning true qi turned into lightning quintessential essence. It became purer and richer. True qi turning into quintessential essence is the true beginning. The lightning tribulation technique has taken shape. In the future, it will be continuous lightning tribulation. Now, I can cultivate the yin-yang art. Mo was very happy that Zi Chen had survived the first lightning tribulation, but his voice was a little low. The yin-yang art was a cultivation technique that sought a way out of a dead end. Every breakthrough was a narrow escape. You have to be careful. You must make yin and yang compatible. Yin and yang must be balanced. Mo warned again. The yin-yang art represented the compatibility of extreme yin and extreme yang. The two extreme energies could coexist. This cultivation technique was very powerful, but once cultivated, it was a narrow escape. Back then, the Wuji sect had also selected a group of talented geniuses to cultivate the compatibility of yin and yang. However, none of them could achieve the old master's achievements. Chapter 239. The yin-yang art was the coexistence of extreme yin and extreme yang. When Zi Chen first received the inheritance, he knew how difficult it would be. If not for the mysterious heart, he would have died long ago. Hearing Mo's low voice, Zi Chen's emotions were affected. He chose his own path. Whether yin and yang coexisted or collided, it was also Zi Chen's choice. The feeling of loss was quickly thrown to the back of his mind. His enemies were all over the world, and each of them was a powerful force. If he couldn't produce something decent, he would be mediocre and would be hunted down all over the world. Not to mention counterattacking, he could die at any time. At this moment, with the yin-yang art, he could take a gamble. Once he succeeded, he would still be hunted down in the future, but he would have some capital to counterattack. If the yin-yang art is successful, you will naturally be able to suppress those powerful forces. The martial ancestors' art and the secret manual of red clouds, I've never heard of them before. They must be mediocre techniques. These were Mo's words to encourage Zi Chen. Cultivate the yin-yang art. Without hesitation, Zi Chen made up his mind. In the future, he would walk on a single plank bridge. Once he fell, he would die. He would seek survival in the midst of a dead end. But before that, I have to understand what's going on in my heart. Zi Chen sat cross-legged, mobilized his mind, and began to look inside himself. When he was in the Xiantian realm, Zi Chen already had the ability to look inside himself, but he couldn't see through his heart even after trying a few times. This time, after the baptism of thunder and lightning, his mind became more solid and golden. Chen looked towards his heart. With his mind strengthened, this time, it was easy to look inside himself. Everything was as old Mo had said, success was achieved naturally. His mind went through his heart and looked into its depths. At this moment, Chen finally saw the mysterious heart that had brought him back from the dead and helped him resolve all the crises he faced. It was a small silver ball. The silver light was as bright as pure silver. A round ball the size of a walnut was in his heart. That's it. Chen saw Lei Yuan. Its entire body was glowing with silver light, and it looked very much like the lightning energy that he had cultivated in the past. Furthermore, this energy was very pure. However, the round bead did not look like a pure energy body. Instead, it looked more like an object. It was this thing that not only could release lightning energy, it could also release life energy. It was very mysterious. After looking at it for a long time, Chen still couldn't figure out anything, so he simply stopped studying it and withdrew his consciousness. Now, he finally knew the secret behind the mysterious heart. Although he didn't know what the silver ball was, it definitely wasn't a bad thing. Alright, let's begin. Chen adjusted his mood, took a deep breath, and began to cultivate the yin-yang formula. Buzz. Extreme yin and extreme yang yuan qi appeared in Chen's body. These were the energies that had been hidden in his meridians in the land of legacy. Now, with the circulation of the cultivation method, they all appeared. When yin and yang are compatible, they will be very powerful. However, if they are not compatible, they will explode with a destructive aura. Try using a little bit of yin and yang yuan qi first. Chen carefully controlled these two grain-sized elemental energies and slowly merged them together. Boom! Under the activation of the yin-yang formula, the yin and yang yuan qi came into contact with each other. A violent aura emerged. When yin and yang were incompatible, it directly caused an explosion. The destructive aura began to wreak havoc in Chen's body. Chen's body was surrounded by a resplendent golden light. The energy of the explosion was not much. Although it was terrifying, it did not destroy the perfect body. It only destroyed his meridians. However, in the next moment, a life aura emerged from the Lei Yuan and began to repair his damaged meridians. Mo was very nervous. Even though Chen had a pure perfect body, he felt that the chances were slim. After all, Chen's talent wasn't very high. He was able to obtain the recognition of extreme yin and extreme yang because of his perfect body. This physique was very suitable for cultivating the yin-yang formula. However, in the past, there were also people with perfect bodies who cultivated the yin-yang formula in the Boundless sect. In the end, both of them were destroyed. What a pity. If Chen only had a single inheritance, extreme yin or extreme yang, he wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. His future achievements would be limitless. However, with the inheritance of the yin-yang formula, there are many variables. Mo was very anxious. At that moment, he felt that Chen's body was filled with a destructive aura. This is. Mo's expression changed drastically. However, the aura soon disappeared. I failed. Thankfully, it's a perfect body. If it were an ordinary person, they would have exploded. Mo secretly rejoiced. Before obtaining the Lei Yuan, Chen had cultivated for a few years and was only at the 4th level of true energy. His talent wasn't high at all. Now that extreme yin and extreme yang were compatible, he failed time and time again. However, Chen wasn't discouraged, nor did he give up. Instead, he endured the danger of his body exploding and walked alone on the bridge. On both sides was a bottomless abyss. If he fell in, there would be nothing left of him. Boom! With another loud quake, Chen's face distorted. The destructive aura extended from his body and rushed to the surface of his body. Blood surged, and Chen instantly turned into a bloody man. Blood gushed out of his 7 orifices and pores. He failed again. Mo was very nervous as he kept staring at Chen. The first time he cultivated the yin-yang formula was very crucial because he couldn't grasp the trick. In the past, many people were stuck at this step and directly destroyed. The destructive aura was blocked by the perfect body. The Lei Yuan once again transmitted the aura of life. It was only at this moment that Zi Chen realized the importance of a perfect body. He experimented over and over again. If he didn't have a perfect body, he would have long self-destructed. The destructive aura surged again. Zi Chen's body emitted a resplendent golden light. Following that, a crack appeared in between his eyebrows, emitting cracking sounds. Blood flowed out from the crack. Mo's heart trembled as he watched. Zi Chen had almost been split into two just now. Lei Yuan once again accelerated the transmission of energy. This was an extremely terrifying scene. Zi Chen was walking on the edge of death. With every step he took, he could die. In this world, only people with great perseverance would dare to do so. Failure after failure. Zi Chen's talent wasn't high, but he was never discouraged. Over and over again. He had suffered fatal injuries several times, and was only a hair's breadth away from death. Finally, after countless failures, Zi Chen succeeded. His entire body shone with a golden light. Extreme yin and extreme yang finally began to coexist. Although they were only the size of a grain of rice, this was the beginning of success. Zi Chen had been missing for 3 whole months. During this period, the experts of the 3 forces were all out. They had spies in a radius of tens of thousands of miles. There were even spies around the silent jungle. However, Zi Chen seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth, without a trace. During this period, the 3 forces didn't give up on the search. At the same time, the elusive assassin pavilion didn't slack off either. They hid in the dark and searched for Zi Chen. Just like Monk, one always wanted to sneak attack while the other wanted to kill. 3 months without any clues. Could Zi Chen be dead? Impossible. He should be cultivating in seclusion. After 3 months, Zi Chen's fame didn't diminish. Everyone was talking about him in the streets, inns, and restaurants. Zi Chen's name could be heard everywhere. He's indeed a monster. His combat strength is unparalleled. He could even escape in the end after fighting with 3 monsters. Even Monk was severely injured when fighting with him. In a 3-story restaurant, there were cultivators drinking and chatting. The topic of their conversation was naturally Zi Chen. Zi Chen is nothing. He's just a mere carnate. I can kill him with one hand. At the table next to them, a young man frowned and snorted. Friend, be careful of your words. Zi Chen's combat strength is unparalleled. Even Monk Evil Good was injured. Don't you think you're exaggerating? Someone next to him said. He's just a trash carnate. What monster is he? He's just trash. If I meet him, I can kill him with one hand. The young man was very arrogant and said disdainfully, as for him injuring Monk Evil Good, he only used a forbidden weapon. It's not considered combat strength. You're too arrogant. Even if he didn't use a forbidden weapon, Zi Chen has already killed an expert at the 2nd sky of true essence. Someone next to him was disgusted by the young man's arrogance. That's why I said he's trash. He's already in his 20s, but he's only in the carnate realm. He could kill a 2nd sky with the help of an ancient weapon. He's useless. I can kill him with one slap. The cultivator was very arrogant and wore a luxurious robe. Someone next to him wanted to refute, but unexpectedly, a powerful aura surged around the young man and true essence surrounded him. 4th sky of true essence. Someone cried out in alarm, and his expression changed greatly. This young man was definitely not more than 25 years old, but he was already at the 4th sky of true essence. He was very talented. Zi Chen is nothing. If he dares to appear, I'll kill him with one slap. True essence surrounded the young man and a cold aura surged. The temperature in the air dropped instantly, as if they were in a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. It made people feel cold. He's just a coward. If he dares to appear in this decapitation conference, I, Chu Xiong, will kill him. The young man left a vitality stone and turned to leave. He was tall and strong, and his cold aura made people feel cold. Chu Xiong, he's the organizer of the decapitation conference. He's from the Chu family of the Floating Snow City. The Floating Snow City's Chu family actually came. Chu Xiong's departure caused a commotion. Just like the Tsangli family of the Tsangli city and the Wang family of the Cloud city, the Chu family was a big family in the floating snow city. Although Chu Xiong's combat strength was not as good as a monster's, he was a true genius. He had cultivated to the fourth sky of true essence at such a young age. So he was the one who organized the decapitation conference. He's not alone. Some geniuses from several big factions are dissatisfied with Zi Chen's reputation. They specially organized the decapitation conference and invited many big factions to participate. This Chu Xiong is just one of the participants. Zi Chen has no enmity with the Chu family. Why did the Chu family send someone to kill Zi Chen this time? Who knows? Maybe it's for some great treasure. There was a lot of discussion in the surroundings. Some people were filled with anticipation for the decapitation conference. With so many geniuses gathered, they would spar and display their skills. There would also be good food and wine. It would definitely be lively. Decapitation Conference, Chu Family. Chapter 240. Tsangli City, Lin Family. The towering mahogany door was covered with a layer of dust. There were also a lot of things piled up in front of the door. A gust of wind blew the dust into the air. This was originally the Lin clan, a medium-sized clan in Tsangli City. However, at this moment, it looked as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Dust was flying everywhere, as if it had not been cleaned for a long time. A young man had been standing in front of the door for a long time. "Young man, are you looking for someone?" A peddler passed by and asked when he saw the young man in a daze. "Oh, uncle, this is the Lin family, right?" The young man smiled and asked kindly. "It is the Lin family." The young man's smile was very gentle. The peddler also smiled. "Uncle, where are the people of the Lin family?" The young man asked doubtfully. The peddler shook his head and said, "I don't know. They should have all moved away. A year ago, the head of the Lin family dismissed all the servants for some unknown reason. Then, overnight, there was not a single person left in the family. It caused quite a stir at that time." "Quite a stir?" The young man did not understand. "That's right. The Lin family had a few businesses in the city that were very profitable. However, everyone from the Lin family disappeared overnight. There was no one to take care of these businesses. Many people benefited from it. At that time, it was very chaotic." The merchant laughed. "Oh, thank you, uncle. Uncle, do you know where they moved to?" "I don't know. No one knows." At that time, many peddlers wanted to buy the businesses of the Lin family. They were all looking for the Lin family, but they could not find them. The peddler shook his head. The young man smiled and thanked the peddler. Then, he turned and left, looking a little lonely. The young man was Zi Chen. He was worried about Lin Shui's safety, so he went to Tsangli City as soon as he came out of the Thunder region. But who knew that there was no one in the Lin family? A year ago, wasn't that when I had just come out from the ruins? At that time, everyone was paying attention to me. No one should have paid attention to the Lin family. The Lin family's leader chose to flee at that time. It was a wise decision. But where are they now? And Shui, she got the inheritance. No one should suspect her. Will she be in danger? At night, Zi Chen snuck into the Lin family. He was very careful, but he did not find any clues. It was as if the Lin family had disappeared into thin air. It's good that he disappeared. Only then can we be truly safe. Zi Chen finally left. However, he did not leave Tsangli City. Instead, he quietly waited for the start of the Imperial Decapitation Assembly. Since those major powers didn't want to let him go, how could he not swallow this anger? The Decapitation Assembly organized by a group of geniuses. Very good. There was a cold light in Zi Chen's eyes. His strength had increased, his perfect body had transformed, and he had cultivated the yin-yang art. Zi Chen was eager to find someone to test his strength. The Chen Severing Assembly was not held in Tsangli City. Instead, it was held several hundred miles away from Tsangli City, in a gigantic canyon. This was the famous Zhonying Valley of the Tsangli City. In the 10,000 years of foundation of the Tsangli City, at least 3 major events were related to the Zhonying Valley. 2,000 years after the establishment of the Tsangli City, a young hero appeared. He was powerful and his combat strength was comparable to a monster. Back then, the Zhongli and Zhongli families were impetuous. It was inevitable that their disciples would be frivolous and impetuous, resulting in them doing some outrageous things. For some unknown reason, these young disciples offended this hero. In the end, they were all slaughtered. The Zhongli and Zhongli families were shocked and sent out experts. However, this monster was powerful. The more he fought, the braver he became. That time, the Zhongli and Zhongli families suffered the greatest loss since the establishment of the Zhongli city. Many experts perished and many geniuses perished. Although the hero's combat strength was unparalleled, he could not withstand the many experts. In the end, he was slain in a huge canyon. And this canyon was called Demon Slaying Valley back then. Later on, it felt inappropriate, so it was named Zhonying Valley. It meant that it was a place where heroes were slain. The last two times, one was 1,000 years apart and the other was 2,000 years apart. The process and outcome were similar. 3 powerful monsters were slain here. For the Chen Severing Assembly to be held here, it was clear that Zi Chen was a hero. Although it was more likely to lure Zi Chen here, according to Zi Chen's battle record, he could also be called a hero. It was just that the hero's strength was much weaker than his predecessors. Raw. When the Chen Severing Assembly was held, geniuses appeared one after another. Many of them rode on strange beasts and roared loudly. This was a gathering of geniuses. Moreover, for the sake of the success of this assembly, the several great factions had spent a great deal of money. In the canyon, there were many tables with many fruits, wine, and delicacies. There was no lack of rare spirit fruits, and all of them were used to entertain the geniuses. In the canyon, there was even a 10-meter-high platform that was several hundred meters high. It was for the cultivators to spar. Ang! A rock screeched, its voice sharp and ear-piercing. The martial ancestors' geniuses arrived one after another. Leading them was a blue-clothed youth named Wu Zhe. He was at the 4th layer of true essence, and behind him were several 3rd layers. The earth trembled, strange beasts roared, their voices rumbling like thunder. The geniuses of the Kang and Li families also arrived one after another. The geniuses of the 3 great factions arrived one after another. At the same time, horses neighed and hooves sounded. A few people appeared at the end of the canyon, greeting these geniuses from afar. These were the geniuses of some small factions. There were also some loose cultivators, and their strength was at the true essence realm. Among them was the young master of Little Orchid Town's Zhao family. The latter had actually broken through to the true essence realm, but his strength was only at the 1st layer of true essence. It was somewhat awkward here. Those who dared to participate in the Chen Severing Assembly naturally had strength. Most of them were at the 3rd layer of true essence. As for those at the 1st or 2nd layer, they were purely here to join in the fun. Of course, there were also some geniuses who came with ulterior motives. Zi Chen's battle prowess is comparable to a freak, but his strength is low. He can escape time and time again because his luck is too good. There were also some cultivators who previously supported Zi Chen and disliked these great factions. However, when they arrived here, their words changed, and they changed from fans to haters. That's not necessarily true. Zi Chen has killed many geniuses since his appearance. He is strong and fully deserving of the title of freak. His strength might not be strong, but his battle prowess is unparalleled. Some people stood from a neutral point of view, and did not want to offend anyone. They talked loudly, and at the same time, enjoyed the fine wine and delicacies. Of course, there was no lack of people who came specifically to eat and drink. At the next table, a young man ignored the strange gazes around him and buried his head in eating. He ate ferociously, as if he was a reincarnated hungry ghost. This is delicious. It's actually a spirit fruit. Very good. The taste of this dish is very good. This is very ordinary. The young man was like a hungry ghost. He had not eaten for hundreds of years. At this moment, he was eating to his heart's content. He spoke as he ate, his saliva splattering everywhere. The dishes on the table were almost inedible. Where did this hungry ghost come from? How can you be so unruly? That's right. Don't you know that there are many people here? Someone at the side said unhappily. The young man raised his head and grinned, revealing the half-chewed food. He smiled and said, "You guys eat too." Eat. He started to speak before swallowing the food, and immediately spat it all over the table. You. Someone was furious and stood up. What? The young man looked at him. Mph, you really have no manners. After that, everyone at the table left. Only the young man continued to eat and drink, which attracted dissatisfied gazes. I wonder where this country bumpkin came from. How can he be so unruly? That's right. How can such a person participate in the decapitation conference? The young man ate and smacked his lips, which attracted even more dissatisfaction. Among them, many disciples of the major forces also cast dissatisfied gazes. What is a mere Zi Chen? As long as he dares to appear, I can kill him alone. You need one person, but I only need one hand. TSK, I only need one finger. Chen fans became Chen haters. Adding on the fact that they had drunk too much wine, they became even worse at this moment, and all of them began to boast. It was as if he had transformed into an ancestral master-level powerhouse. Everyone, we only have one goal in organizing the decapitation conference, and that is to kill Zi Chen. On the high platform, a major force spoke. Kill Zi Chen. Kill Zi Chen. Cheers came from below, each louder than the last. If you want to kill Zi Chen, you must find Zi Chen. Here, I hope that everyone will do their part to help find Zi Chen. Whoever can provide accurate clues will be rewarded with 1,000 source stones. On the high platform, a genius spoke again. 1,000 source stones reward was definitely a huge sum of money for these true energy realm existences. All of them were breathing rapidly, and greed shone in their eyes. Kill Zi Chen? It's easy for you to say. That Zi Chen has monstrous battle strength. Even those monstrous geniuses can't kill him. Do you think you can? Suddenly, a discordant voice came from the crowd. Everyone turned their heads, and when they saw that it was that hungry ghost, they all looked at him with disdain. Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Don't you see that the few geniuses are speaking? Immediately, someone criticized the young man. I'm speaking the truth. Zi Chen's battle strength is unparalleled, comparable to a monstrous genius. You're offering a reward of 1,000 source stones. It seems very high, but who can guarantee that you won't be killed by Zi Chen when you see him? The young man said coldly, on the surface, you're offering a reward, but your intention is to kill us. Are our lives only worth 1,000 source stones? The young man said loudly. But not everyone agreed. Some cultivators said disdainfully, don't flatter yourself. Someone like you isn't even worth 1,000 source stones. The young man's words caused a wave of criticism, but it also made the genius on the high platform speechless. He had prepared a lot of bold words. I'm speaking the truth. Recently, the three major forces have been suffering losses. Even the monstrous geniuses were sent out, but they still couldn't kill Zi Chen. Now, these geniuses aren't even comparable to a monstrous genius. What right do they have to brag here? The young man laughed disdainfully. Everyone around stepped back. There were already people who could see that this was a person who came purely to cause trouble. Good, good, good. Today's decapitation assembly has a segment of mutual learning. Since there are people who can't wait and want to experience our methods, then feel free to come up. On the high platform, the geniuses of the major forces said their last words. Haha, that's exactly what I'm thinking. Let me see how powerful the techniques of your major forces are, to be able to let Zi Chen escape again and again. The young man laughed loudly, and in a flash, he went up to the high platform. P.S. It's really painful to live without a manuscript. It's finally done. Chapter 241. The platform was at least 10 meters high. The young man's aura surged as he rushed up in an instant. His movements were clean and nimble. Shush, however, what he thought was natural and unrestrained did not lead to cheers. Instead, he was booed. I thought he had some tricks up his sleeve. I didn't expect him to only be a level 1 cultivator. A pewter spearhead that looks like silver but is useless. This guy ate an entire table of food and drank 3 jugs of wine. He must have drunk too much. A mere level 1 cultivator dares to be so arrogant here. He's simply courting death. The boos from the crowd grew louder and louder. After seeing the young man's strength, the geniuses shook their heads with disdain in their eyes. Ha ha, come on. Let me see the skills of your big families. The young man laughed, his voice was deafening. He's really courting death. With such strength, he dares to challenge the skills of the big families. He won't even know how he died. He's so arrogant when he's not strong. He's simply a brainless foodie. Disdainful voices came from all around again. Temph, I don't need the big families. I can kill you. In the crowd, a figure flew up quickly and flashed onto the platform, standing opposite the young man. A murderous aura surged. Kill me. The young man was stunned and asked, Isn't this a friendly match? Don't tell me you want to fight to the death. Of course. My time is precious. I don't have time to fight to the death with you. The person was very arrogant. His aura surged. He was a level 2 cultivator. The young man turned his head and looked at the person from the big families in confusion. He asked, Isn't this a friendly match? Can it be a life and death battle? Of course. We cultivators go against the heavens. We walk through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Why can't we have a life and death battle? Chu Xiong suddenly said. From the beginning, he disliked the young man. He didn't eat properly, sat properly, and even spoke like a normal person. This made him feel disgusted and murderous. Hearing this, the young man's face turned pale. He said, Then I won't fight. You can find someone else for the life and death battle. I'm just here to spar. With that, the young man walked off the platform. What is it? Are you scared after hearing about a life and death battle? What courage do you have? Or are you afraid that I will kill you? The opposing cultivator said disdainfully. Grandpa said that I can't fight to the death with others, because if I hit too hard, I might kill them. The young man's face was pale, and his eyes flickered. Ha ha. A burst of laughter came from below. Ha ha ha. The laughter grew louder and louder. Hey, listen to this. What a funny reason. You're clearly afraid of a life and death battle, yet you can come up with such a dignified reason. You're definitely a genius. Only a genius could come up with such a hilarious reason. Many people couldn't help but burst into laughter. The crowd burst into laughter. Immediately after, a silhouette appeared in front of the young man. It was Chu Xiong. He then said coldly, Those who don't want to fight will die. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura exploded out. Under this aura, the young man was forced to take a few steps back. When he reached the center of the high platform again, his face turned pale. Brat, this is the result of your words. Today, no one can protect you. Seeing the young man return, the eyes of the opposing cultivator flashed with killing intent. He appeared at this moment to curry favor with the major powers. If he could kill such a hothead, he would naturally gain the favor of the major powers, or even friendship. I have no choice but to fight. Do I have to kill him? The young man stared at Chu Xiong. Kill him if you can. Chu Xiong said coldly. Now, he couldn't wait to kill this cowardly and stubborn guy. All right then. The young man's face turned pale. He looked at the opposing cultivator and said, I'm going to kill you. Brat, did I hear wrongly? What did you say? The cultivator laughed and looked at the young man mockingly. I said, I'm going to kill you. Are you ready? The young man said seriously, but he didn't have the confidence to speak. Laughter came from all around again. Everyone looked at this scene mockingly. Ha ha. The cultivator laughed. You really know how to be funny. Ha ha, the joke is very good. Since you told me a joke, I can leave your corpse intact after killing you. The cultivator laughed, but there was killing intent in his eyes. You're at level 2, and I'm at level 1. Don't you want to give me a handicap? The young man asked. Ah. The cultivator was stunned and didn't know how to react. In a life and death battle, there was a handicap. 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 The voices of the cultivators came from below. They were purely here to join in the fun. Now that they heard the young man's joke, they all agreed, but the smile on their faces became wider. Facing the shouts from below, the cultivator turned his head and made a move that he thought was cool. He slowly opened his mouth and said word by word, "All right, since everyone says so, I'll give you a handicap." The cultivator was at level 2, and the young man was at level 1. The difference in strength was too big, and the cultivator was very confident. "Haha, then wait for your death." The young man didn't hear the mockery in the words. He just laughed as if giving him a handicap gave him confidence. However, his laughter was once again met with disdain from the crowd. "Cut the crap, hurry up and make your move." Chu Xiong was a little impatient and urged, "All right, watch how I kill you." The young man seemed very confident. He walked towards the cultivator step by step. His steps were slow but firm. Of course, in the eyes of many, this was a timid step. What is he going to do? Didn't he give him a handicap? Why isn't he attacking? Why is he walking over? Is he going to fight in front of him? Close combat. Oh my God, this is too weird. Everyone was ready to see a joke, but the young man didn't attack. Instead, he walked towards the cultivator. Although his steps were slow, he eventually reached the cultivator. Walking in front of the cultivator, the young man raised his palm, and rays of light flashed. "Come on, kid. After one move, I can finish you in one move." The cultivator had a smile on his face, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. Buzz. With a vibration, the young man's true yuan surged, and a light shield appeared. He agreed to give the opponent a handicap, but he didn't say that he couldn't defend. At this moment, with the defense of the second sky, he believed that the opponent couldn't break through the light shield. With a flash of light, the young man's palm landed on the cultivator's face. Bang! The high platform shook slightly, and a soft sound was heard. "Haha, you want to kill someone with such an attack and break through my defense? You must be dreaming. You're just at the first sky, and you dare to be so arrogant. You're just a glutton." The young man's palm landed, and it immediately caused a burst of laughter. Of course, not everyone was laughing. More than half of the people were not laughing. Instead, they all had their mouths wide open and were tongue-tied, as if they had seen something unbelievable. How could this be? Oh my God, what did I just see? The people who were laughing before looked at the high platform again, and they were extremely shocked. On the high platform, the cultivator was slapped down by the young man. Blood flowed out of his mouth as if he was in great pain. His body kept twitching on the ground, and after a few breaths, he stopped moving. The cultivator's eyes widened, and there was a touch of horror in his eyes. Then, his vitality disappeared. A single slap killed a second sky cultivator, and this person was a first sky cultivator who looked like a brainless glutton. Such a contrast made some of the cultivators who were watching the show want to vomit blood. How could this be? What happened? I didn't hear the light shield shatter, and this guy is dead. Even if they saw it with their own eyes, it was still unbelievable. I know. It must be because of his arrogance. Before the opponent's attack landed, he automatically removed the light barrier and blocked the attack without any warning. After thinking for a long time, one person pretended to be smart and explained, "That's right, I think I saw the light shield disappear in advance." Then, another person said, "Damn, I felt it too. That kid was too careless." Then, a third person said. After that, a few more people spoke. Everyone said so, and it was naturally the truth. Therefore, the cultivator died in vain. Even the geniuses couldn't figure out what was going on. I already said, I'm just sparring. Because it's a battle of life and death, I'm very ruthless. If you're not careful, you'll be killed. The young man retracted his palm and said innocently to the cultivator on the ground, "No, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to kill him. This guy is too shameless. Does he really think he killed the other party? I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him now." The young man's words caused a wave of dissatisfaction. Then, with a flash of light, another cultivator appeared. As for the previous cultivator, he was directly killed. Of course, before that, the young man groped the other party's body in front of the world for a while, saying that he wanted his spoils of war. You want to spar with me too? The young man put away his spoils of war, looked at the cultivator in front of him and asked doubtfully. Kid, cut the crap. It's a battle of life and death. I only came here because I saw how shameless you are. I don't have the time to spar with you. This cultivator was very domineering. He was also at the second sky, but he was obviously stronger than the previous one. But why should I fight with you? The young man asked. If you don't fight, you'll die. Chu Xiong spoke again, his voice cold. Haha, kid, you heard that. If you don't fight, you'll die. Of course, if you fight with me, you'll definitely die, but you'll die a little later. The second cultivator laughed. The young man frowned, obviously displeased. After hesitating for a while, the young man said, if you want to fight, I'll bet you 50 primary stones. If you don't have it, then scram. Also, you're stronger than me, so you'll have to give me a chance. The young man's performance this time was very tough. He even bet 50 primary stones. Such a big bet shocked everyone. The cultivator opposite him had an ugly expression. How about it? If you don't want to bet, then scram. The young man became very arrogant and domineering. Chapter 242. Do you want to bet or not? 50 primary stones. Get the F***ck out of here if you don't want to bet. The young man was aggressive and tough. The second cultivator on the stage had an ugly expression on his face. After being forced into a corner, he said, I'll bet. Why wouldn't I bet? Fine, take out 50 primary stones, I'll do it now. The young man was still tough as he took out a bag of primary stones and placed it on the ground. There were exactly 50 of them. 49 of them were primary stones, while the remaining one was made up of 100 primary stone fragments. The second cultivator was a little hesitant at first, but after seeing the primordial stones that the young man took out, he laughed out loud. Haha, kid, looks like you've taken out all your assets. At least you know your place. Since you know that you're going to die and the primordial stones are going to fall into my hands, you might as well go all out and bet with me. I've taken out my primary stones. What about you? Get the F***ck out of here. The young man said coldly. Everyone could hear the anger, unwillingness, and even a hint of despair in his voice. Mother ***, 50 yuan stones, what a huge sum. If I had known earlier, I would have gone up. This kid is quite bold, still willing to bet before his death. Seems like he's a gambler. 50 primary stones was enough to make most people jealous, and they were all complaining. H, it's only 50 primary stones, I'll take it if you give it to me. The second cultivator harumphed, then turned around and said to the cultivators below, who has primary stones, lend me 10, I'll return 15 after the battle. Borrowing 10 primary stones to return 15, it was a good deal. Soon, 10 primary stones were thrown to the second cultivator. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. The second cultivator let out a hollow laugh as his eyes flickered coldly. He then placed the 50 primary stones together with the previous 50. Fine, let's begin. Chu Xiong said impatiently. Fine, stand there and take my punch. The young man stepped forward again. This was what they had agreed before, to let him have a punch first. Come, I'm not as stupid as the previous one. The second cultivator was confident. Before the young man arrived, he had already set up a light shield and looked at the young man with disdain, as if he was saying, Kid, I'll let you hit me, but you won't be able to break through my defense. The young man strode forward. His palm glowed brightly as he struck down once more. A crisp sound rang out. The young man didn't seem to have used much force, but a light palm strike landed on the second cultivator's face. The latter was knocked down just like the previous one. His eyes were filled with shock, and he was twitching like a shrimp. After a few breaths, he stopped breathing. He was dead. He died again. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Even if they looked carefully, they couldn't see anything. I've already told you that I'm very heavy-handed. You guys didn't believe me. Do you believe me now? The young man spoke again. This time, he was overjoyed. After searching the man's body for a while, he didn't find any vitality stones. He cursed the poor man and put away the 100 vitality stones. In just a few breaths of time, he had earned 50 primordial stones. The youth felt that he had made a huge profit. Mother ***, my 10 primal stones. An angry curse came from the crowd. A cultivator howled like a wolf. What are you doing? The young man put away the vitality stones and was about to leave the stage when he was stopped by a cultivator. This was someone from the 3 major forces. Nothing. It's just that the battle isn't over yet. I want to fight you. This was a cultivator from the Lee family. At this moment, he spoke coldly with a strong killing intent in his eyes. I've already fought 2 battles, and you still want to fight me? Do you want to take turns to fight me? Is this how you major forces do things? The young man's eyes were burning with anger. The cultivators below had the urge to curse. He even fought 2 battles. ***T, he didn't even fight a single battle. He just stood there and took 2 attacks for nothing. He didn't use up any energy at all. I can also bet 50 vitality stones with you. The cultivator from the Lee family spoke and stopped the young man again. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm at the 1st level, and you're at the 3rd. How are you going to fight? The young man sneered. Today, you have to fight even if you don't want to. The cultivator from the Lee family was aggressive. No wonder Zi Chen killed the disciples of your major families. You're all so arrogant. Where is your justice? The young man sneered. His tone was very unfriendly. Wow. His words caused an uproar. No one expected the young man to say such words. It was a blatant slap in the face. Kid, you're courting death. At the same time, dozens of murderous gazes swept towards the young man. This kid must know that he's going to die, so he might as well say a few words. I think so too. Looking at the current situation, it's impossible for him to live. Everyone looked at the young man, waiting for his reply. If you want to fight with me, you can bet 100 vitality stones. Damn it, you're from a major force, but you bet 50 vitality stones. Shame on you. The young man finally compromised, but he didn't lose out. He scolded loudly. The cold murderous intent came again. Everyone looked at him fiercely, but no one made a move. A 1st level versus a 3rd level. This was a death match. It was just a matter of time. The young man took out 100 vitality stones and placed them on the ground. Kid, let's see how you're going to die. The cultivator from the Lee family also took out 100 vitality stones and placed them on the ground. Stop blabbering. If you want to fight, just say it. The young man was very direct. All right, then die. The cultivator from the Lee family shouted. His aura surged and he was about to kill the young man. Wait. Suddenly, the young man shouted, shocking the cultivator from the Lee family. Do you know the rules? Even a level 2 expert gave me a chance. You, a level 3 expert, want to sneak attack me? Do you want to be a laughingstock? The young man mocked again. Then what do you want? The cultivator from the Lee family suppressed his anger, but in his heart, he had already killed this young man hundreds of times. At this moment, he swore that he would torture this guy 10,000 times before letting him die. I'm not going to give you a chance. 2 moves. If I can't kill you in 2 moves, then you can do whatever you want with me. The young man stretched out 2 fingers and made a 2 sign. All right. The cultivator from the Lee family agreed without hesitation. This time, everyone opened their eyes wide and looked at the young man carefully. They wanted to see what he was going to do. The young man took a big step forward and walked to the front of the Lee family cultivator. He then stretched out his hand and slapped twice. Slap. Slap. It was a very simple 2 palms that only carried the first layer of Zhen Yuan. Left and right, it did not seem to be heavy at all. However, these 2 slaps, which were not heavy at all, knocked the expert over. Blood frothed from the expert's mouth. He wanted to say something but was unable to. After a few twitches, his head tilted to the side, his eyes widened, and he breathed his last. He's dead again. Just 2 simple slaps can kill people. That's too strange, isn't it? They didn't even blink their eyes. They watched carefully, but they still couldn't figure out what was going on. Even the other geniuses were puzzled. He was only at the first heavenly layer, and he had only used the first heavenly layer's Zhenyuan. How could he kill a third heavenly layer? No matter how they thought about it, they could not understand. Kid, I'm not convinced. I'll fight you. The martial ancestor flashed and landed on the high platform. Cut the crap. I'll bet at least 200 yuan stones. The young man didn't waste any more time and said, "All right, I won't waste any more time. I'll bet 100 yuan stones, but I won't let you win. If you die, I'll take the 200 yuan stones. If I die, you can have the 300 yuan stones." The martial ancestor was obviously ordered by the martial ancestor. He wanted to test the young man's strength. Put down the yuan stones and let's fight. The young man pointed at the yuan stones on the ground. The martial ancestor didn't waste any more time and threw down a bag of yuan stones. There were exactly 300 of them. Obviously, he had prepared this beforehand. He knew that the young man would agree, because he didn't have a second option. Go to hell. With killing intent flashing in his eyes, the martial ancestor attacked. The true yuan of the third sky surged and he threw a palm at the young man. A huge palm print appeared, with a terrifying aura, and fell on the young man's head. You can kill someone with such a weak attack. Even the martial ancestor isn't that strong. The young man sneered. He didn't care at all. He clenched his right fist, and the true yuan of the first sky revolved around his fist. He then threw a punch at the palm print. The first sky against the third sky. He's courting death. You think he'll just stand there and let you hit him? This time, he'll definitely be smashed into pieces. Voices came from the crowd. No one was optimistic about the young man. With such a huge gap in strength, no one thought that he could win. Bang! The palm print and the fist collided, and a huge explosion occurred. The scene of the young man being smashed into pieces didn't happen. Instead, it was the fist that broke the palm print. After the explosion, the palm print turned into energy and dissipated. What? Such an ordinary punch is so terrifying. But the energy on the surface of his body is very ordinary. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and their faces were filled with disbelief. I know. He's not strong, but his body is very strong. That's the only explanation why the previous 3 people were all killed in one hit. That's right. Only a strong body can withstand such an attack. After the attack, the young man strode forward. His eyes were cold. He clenched his fists, and streams of first sky true yuan surged. It looked like an ordinary punch, but it carried a terrifying power. Dong! With a loud sound, the heaven and earth shook. The martial ancestor's destructive attack was shattered again. It was very easy. Bang! The young man threw another punch, and the martial ancestor was blown away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was filled with malevolence. This is the martial ancestor's powerful battle skill. It's just SOSO. The young man sneered and threw another punch. The level 3 warrior was blown away again. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. He was completely suppressed. Kid, I'm going to kill you. The martial ancestor was furious. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had lost all his face, and in his anger, he threw out a powerful attack. In the sky, a destructive aura rippled, and a terrifying palm print appeared. The destruction palm was the martial ancestor's attack skill. However, this person obviously only learned a little bit of it, and couldn't display the power of the battle skill. Chapter 243. Boom. With a loud sound, the entire platform began to shake violently. The terrifying palm print was once again shattered by the young man's fist. The young man was terrifying. His fists were like iron fists that could break and destroy anything. The martial ancestor flew backward again and almost fell off the platform. He coughed up blood and looked very embarrassed. He's so strong. He's not strong, but his body is ridiculously strong. He's been pretending to be weak all this time. Below, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. Those who were clamoring to kill the young man shut their mouths and hid in the crowd. Everyone knew that the young man was fierce. And he was a fierce person who dared to challenge the 3 forces. In the current world, there weren't many people like him. After a few rounds, the young man finally arrived in front of the martial ancestor and threw out an ordinary punch. Dong! With a loud sound, the sky and earth shook. The martial ancestor felt as if he was hit by a heavy hammer. His chest caved in and he coughed up blood again. The martial ancestor's battle skills are only so. The young man continued to taunt him. Then, he suddenly stepped out and stomped on the martial ancestor's body. Immediately, the latter coughed up blood again. "Stop it!" Another martial ancestor shouted in dissatisfaction. Apparently, he wanted to stop the battle. "Humph, I'll send you to hell." The young man's eyes flashed coldly. He stomped his foot again. This time, a terrifying chi flowed and stomped on the young man's head. It was like stepping on a rubber ball, making a loud sound. A martial ancestor was stomped to death. Fierce, too fierce. He just stomped a strong cultivator to death. Is he really only at the level 1? Everyone was dumbfounded. They found it unbelievable. "Kid, I told you to stop. Didn't you hear me?" The martial arts grandmaster stepped forward, his vital chi surging around him. He was a level 4 martial arts grandmaster, but he was not a genius. The genius martial ancestor, Wu Zhe, was sitting in the distance. Apparently, he had no intention of showing himself. No matter how strong the young man was, he was only at the first celestial layer. There was no need for a genius like him to step in. This is a battle of life and death. He hasn't died yet, so why should I stop? The young man looked at his opponent with a mocking smile. The level 4 powerhouse was furious, but he could not answer this question. He could only coldly snort and say, "Since that is the case, then I will fight you. We will fight to the death. Taking turns to fight. You major powers are truly shameless." The young man sneered again. However, the 4th layer powerhouse coldly said, "You have no other choice." Good, you're shameless enough. However, I can't change my rules. If you want to fight me, you have to prepare enough purity stones. Now, I'll raise the price. 500 purity stones per battle. If you want to be shameless, very well, use purity stones to pay for your shamelessness, said the young man coldly. There was an irresistible calmness in his voice. Below, gasps could be heard. The bet of 50 purity stones had now become 500 purity stones. It was 10 times the original amount. If the young man won again this time, then he would win 1,000 purity stones. In a short period of time, he had earned 950 purity stones. This speed of earning purity stones was terrifying. Of course, it was already a miracle for a level 1 celestial layer to defeat a level 3 celestial layer. It was unrealistic to think that a level 4 celestial layer could defeat him. Everyone thought that the young man was just gambling before his death. After all, if he died, then the purity stones would be gone. All right, I agree. The martial ancestor nodded. Soon, Wu Zhe gathered 500 purity stones and placed them on the side. At this moment, there were 1,000 purity stones on the ground. This was a huge number. If Evil Good Monk was here, he would be jealous. There was a hint of greed in the young man's eyes. Boom! With a loud sound, the battle began. This level 4 cultivator was obviously not ordinary. He used the destruction palm right from the start. Moreover, he had comprehended it to a very deep level. In the sky, the palm print emitted a black light. It was like a rolling demon chi. A terrifying aura spread out and struck towards the young man. The young man did not dodge. He waved his fists and struck towards the palm print. Dong! The fist landed, causing the sky to shake. The palm print started to shake violently, but it did not explode. Then, the young man punched again, and the palm print exploded, turning into the energy of heaven and earth. At this moment, the martial ancestor arrived in front of the young man and struck out a black blade. It was the destruction cut. Dong! The young man blocked with his fist. The two collided, and a metallic sound burst out. Both of them retreated a few steps. Kid, I underestimated you. You are only at the first sky of true essence, but you have such a terrifying body. The level 4 cultivator's eyes turned cold. He approached again, his eyes filled with killing intent. But I did not overestimate you. In my opinion, you are just here to give me purity stones. The young man sneered. A trace of disdain appeared on his face as he rushed forward. Dong. The fist landed like a heavy hammer. It carried a terrifying power. The air screamed as if it was about to be pierced through. Peng. This time, the martial ancestor was directly pushed back. The blood in his body was boiling. Wang. The young man's body trembled. He was still at the first sky, and his yuan qi was not strong. However, his body had become stronger. With a whistling sound, the fist landed again. Poof! The huge blade was shattered. The fist landed on the martial ancestor's body. The latter felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. He spat out blood and flew backwards. Oh my God, he actually sent a level 4 flying. This is unbelievable. Is he really only at the first sky of true essence? This is impossible. How can a first sky defeat a level 4? At this moment, not only were the cultivators below dumbfounded, but even the geniuses looked serious. A first sky with such combat power was almost the same as a monster. They had to take him seriously. Who is he? How can he have such a terrifying body? Wu Zhe's eyes flashed. No one knew what he was thinking. His strength is average, but his body is extraordinary. His combat power is also strong. The genius of the Li family thought. They were also at the fourth sky, but they were geniuses. They had learned powerful techniques and learned offensive battle skills. Naturally, they were not afraid of a first sky young man. Even if he was comparable to a monster, he could not kill a genius who was 3 levels higher than him. After all, geniuses could also fight above their level. Peng. Ever since the martial ancestor felt that the young man's body had become stronger, he could not fight back. He was constantly suppressed and spat out blood. He was seriously injured. Light flashed around his body. One after another, powerful battle skills appeared. However, they were easily broken by the young man. The face of the martial arts grandmaster turned pale as he cursed his bad luck. He had actually met a tough opponent, a demon. Boom! The young man threw out his last punch with a heavy aura. It was as heavy as a mountain, and a terrifying aura flowed around his fist as it landed on the martial ancestor realm expert's chest. Peng! With one punch, the martial ancestor realm expert's defense was broken and his chest caved in instantly. At the same time, a terrifying destructive aura surged through his fist and into his opponent's body. In the next moment, boundless energy exploded within his body. His internal organs were instantly blown to pieces. The martial ancestor, a fourth sky, fell down just like that. Many pieces of his internal organs mixed with blood flowed out of his mouth. A fourth sky of true essence was killed. Such battle prowess intimidated everyone on the scene, causing them to be shocked. It was supposed to be a decapitation conference, but it was ruined by a young man. They thought that he was a brainless foodie, but who knew that he was a difficult character? At this moment, he used his own strength to kill a fourth sky of true essence martial ancestor. This is too scary. He's so strong, but he pretended to be stupid and let the other party give him a handicap. If those guys who died knew the truth, I wonder what their expressions would be like. Would they suddenly stand up and come back to life in anger? He actually dared to let someone who could kill a fourth sky of true essence attack him with a handicap. Everyone exclaimed. The young man's combat power was beyond their expectations. At this moment, no one dared to mock him. Thinking back to the young man's words, some people could already tell that he was looking for trouble with the major forces. Is there anyone else? After killing the martial ancestor, the young man's gaze swept across the crowd, looking at the major forces. This was obviously a provocation. The young man had already killed a fourth sky of true essence. With his strength in front of them, no one dared to be careless. At this moment, only the few geniuses could make a move. This decapitation conference was started by them. I'll do it. A loud shout rang out. A tall man walked out. With one step, the high platform shook. A terrifying aura filled the air, causing a wave of exclamations. That's Chu Xiong. He actually came out. A fourth sky of true essence Chu Xiong is actually going to make a move. This young man's combat power is terrifying. Only geniuses can suppress him. Since Chu Xiong is going to make a move, this battle should come to an end. That's right. Although he's a monster, his strength is too low. Since Chu Xiong is going to make a move, the young man is doomed. The young man stared at Chu Xiong with a mocking smile. Don't you know the rules? Don't you see how many primal stones are here? As he spoke, the young man pointed to the side. There were 1,000 primal stones there. They were quietly lying there, emitting pure primal energy. True Essence Realm cultivators could absorb the energy within primal stones to increase their strength. At the same time, primal stones were the common currency of the Tianwu continent. No one would complain about having too much. Chu Xiong's expression was very ugly. This was 1,000 primal stones. What? You can't afford it? Then get lost. The young man coldly shouted, sweeping his gaze over the major forces. You guys are shameless enough. You want to wear me down. That's fine, but you have to pay for your shamelessness. I only want primal stones. If you want to make a move, then take out 1,000 primal stones. The young man was very arrogant. His voice spread throughout the entire place. Enough. Chu Xiong suddenly shouted. Isn't it just 1,000 primal stones? I'll give it to you. As his voice fell, a light flashed in his hand. Bags of primal stones appeared out of thin air. There were 5 bags, and each bag was 200 primal stones. Chapter 244. Throwing down the essence stones, Chu Xiong's eyes were filled with killing intent. You are from the Chu family, from the floating snow city. You actually came here to initiate the decapitation assembly. Could it be that Zi Chen has a grudge with you? The young man did not attack immediately, but asked. He killed my younger brother, Chu Fei. I came here to kill him. Of course, I will kill you first, Chu Xiong said coldly. The young man was Zi Chen, and he was relieved at this moment. The news could spread to the floating snow city because of the forbidden artifact. Some busybodies spread the news. After all, when Zi Chen took out the forbidden artifact, many people saw it. I heard you boast shamelessly that you could kill Zi Chen with one hand. I wonder how strong you are, so I came to see for myself. The young man sneered. Boom. Chu Xiong did not waste any time and directly attacked. Just like Chu Fei, a cold aura surged around him, as if he was in a 10,000-year-old ice. The surrounding air was white like a layer of ice, emitting a cold temperature. Let me send you on your way today. Chu Xiong's hand was flowing with brilliance like ice, and he quickly slapped at Zi Chen. Haha, a genius. Then let me see how strong you are today. Zi Chen laughed. Chu Xiong was very strong, and there was no need for him to hide. His body emitted a golden light, and his perfect body appeared. He also stretched out his palm. It seemed light, but it emitted a golden light, and met Chu Xiong's ice palm. Pang! The sound was very loud, and it spread throughout the entire place. The 2 palm prints collided, and golden ripples rippled out like water waves, shining with golden light. Everyone below widened their eyes. Such a battle was rare, and they did not want to miss a single second. Zi Chen stood on the high platform, his clothes fluttering, and his body shining with golden light. Under the attack, he did not move at all. On the other hand, Chu Xiong actually took 3 steps back, his face as cold as ice. Chu Xiong actually retreated. Could it be that even he can't deal with this young man? Everyone found it hard to believe. Even the geniuses frowned. Good boy, I underestimated you. Just now, I only used 30% of my strength. Take another palm from me, shouted Chu Xiong. The white light gathered on his palm again. This time, it was much denser. The cold qi dispersed, and the temperature dropped even lower. 30%. I only used 10% just now. Zi Chen sneered. Golden light shone from his body as he waved his hand and struck out again. Boom. A crisp explosion rang out like the roar of thunder. It was deafening and spread throughout the entire Zhonying Valley. When the 2 palms collided, a large amount of golden light was released. A figure flew out from the golden light and landed on the edge of the high platform, almost falling down. It was Chu Xiong. At this moment, his palm was deformed and dripping with blood. Even his face was distorted. Here. Seeing such a scene, everyone was dumbfounded. A first celestial layer versus a fourth celestial layer genius, injuring the opponent in one strike. Who are you? Chu Xiong's expression became very ugly. This was the first time he represented the Chu clan, but he was injured, and the clan's face was greatly damaged. I'm the one who will kill you. The golden light around Zi Chen became even denser. He took a step forward, bringing along a large amount of golden light as he slashed towards Chu Xiong. Wang. Chu Xiong's body trembled. As a member of the Chu clan, he naturally had more tricks up his sleeve. A light flashed in his hand, and a sharp blade appeared. It emitted a cold light as if it was made from 10,000 years old cold crystal. This was a sharp weapon, second only to a spirit weapon. It was very sharp, and on the blade, there were ripples of water, but it was incomparably cold. Sword of ice. With a loud shout, a sharp sword chi appeared. It flowed with a terrifying aura and rushed towards Zi Chen. Its speed was very fast, like lightning. Dang! Zi Chen did not dodge. He only stretched out his palm, and a large amount of golden light scattered. The next moment, the sound of metal clashing rang out, and the sword chi was instantly cut down. What? Chu Xiong's expression changed. There was actually someone who used his palm to block a sharp weapon, and he was unharmed. Swoosh! The surrounding air became even colder, filled with a vast expanse of white cold air, like small ice grains. Chu Xiong held his sword and struck out again. Frozen heaven and earth. Chu Xiong struck out with a powerful move. This was the killing technique of the frost arts. Its power was unparalleled, and the surroundings were covered in ice, as if there were thousands of years old icebergs floating, emitting a terrifying chill. At the same time, Zi Chen felt that his movements were hindered, and his thoughts became sluggish. This move attacked both the body and the mind. It was a double killing move, and it was very terrifying. Golden light flashed around Zi Chen's body. Golden blood soared into the sky, and all the discomfort disappeared under the perfect body. At the same time, he punched towards the blade. Dang! A soft sound rang out, and with a flash of golden light, Chu Xiong was sent flying. With a flash of golden light, Zi Chen flashed forward and punched continuously. A bell-like sound rang out continuously, and Zi Chen used his fist to block the sharp weapon. Peng! After a dozen punches, cracks began to appear on the sharp blade, and it finally exploded. Heavens, am I seeing things? That youth actually used his fist to shatter a sharp blade. What a terrifying physique. It's even stronger than the sharp blade. If this strike were to hit him, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to break through his defense. Such a powerful physique is unheard of or unseen. To actually shatter a sharp weapon, isn't this even more terrifying than Zi Chen's physique? Someone exclaimed, comparing the youth to Zi Chen. With a breakthrough in strength and the lightning tempering of his body, Zi Chen had undergone a true transformation. His strength had increased exponentially, and his perfect body was several times stronger. It was normal for him to shatter a sharp weapon. With the sharp weapon shattered, Chu Xiong's expression turned ugly. He threw away the sword hilt in his hand, and white light surged out from his body. Then, the entire air seemed to be frozen, producing cracking sounds. Kid, you have some tricks up your sleeve, but I want to see how you break through my move, Frozen World. Boom. Boundless energy instantly went berserk, and a white light rushed towards Zi Chen like a huge wave. This was one of the killing techniques of the frost arts. When cultivated to a high level, it could freeze the sky and earth. Its power was terrifying. The white light was like a 10,000-year-old ice aura. It rushed towards Zi Chen, and instantly, cracking sounds could be heard from Zi Chen's body. It was as though he was being frozen, and a layer of white ice crystals appeared. Crack, crack. The sound of ice being frozen continuously rang out, and the white ice crystals became thicker and thicker. In the end, it became a large piece of solid ice. Humph, you're courting death by fighting me. After using this move, Chu Xiong had expended a lot of energy, and his face was a little pale. How terrifying. A single Frozen World move is enough to end the battle. What a terrifying killing technique. Once it's used, who can defend against it? Not only did the onlookers' expressions change, but even the few geniuses had fear in their eyes. The floating snow city's Chu family indeed had some means. The white ice crystals emitted a sparkling light under the sun, and a blurry figure could be vaguely seen within. Is he dead? Could it be that the monster died just like that? He was so powerful before, but why is there no sound now? Of course, not everyone thought that the young man was dead, and some people were waiting for a change. The ice crystals emitted a dazzling light, and Chu Xiong walked forward to collect his spoils. Did I say you could move? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out, and then, cracking sounds could be heard from the solid ice. Not good, Chu Xiong, retreat quickly. Wu Zhe's expression changed, and he reminded Chu Xiong. Boom! The solid ice exploded, and a blazing energy emerged. Then, a dazzling golden light rushed towards Chu Xiong. Dong! A loud sound shook the air, and the high platform was almost shattered. The golden light rushed towards Chu Xiong and hit him, and the latter was sent flying again. You! Chu Xiong's expression changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You're not dead. Oh my God, he's still not dead. His aura is still strong, and he's obviously not injured at all. This is too terrifying. Everyone's expression changed. Did I say you could use the vitality stones? Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and he glanced at Chu Xiong. The latter's expression changed drastically. Ice World. He gritted his teeth and once again unleashed a terrifying move. Boundless icy aura surged out like a huge wave, surging violently. Humph, just a small trick. Zichen sneered, and he did not care. His body emitted a dazzling golden light, and the yin-yang art was activated. Extreme yang energy appeared in Zichen's body, and streaks of blazing lightning surrounded his body. The yin-yang art was finally completed, but the energy in Zichen's body was still lightning. It was divided into two types, extreme yang lightning and extreme yin lightning. Under the blazing extreme yang lightning, all the cold energy dissipated automatically when it was 3 meters away from Zichen. Chu Xiong's face turned even paler, but his terrifying attack did not come close to him, which was very strange. All right, I'll send you on your way now, Zichen said calmly, and his body flashed, and a golden light flashed, directly rushing towards Chu Xiong. Phut! Chu Xiong spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards. After stabilizing his body, he turned around and ran, obviously knowing that he was not Lin Fan's opponent. You want to leave? Not so easy. Zichen snorted, and chased after him again. Dong! With a loud sound, Chu Xiong was sent flying again, coughing out blood. He was seriously injured. Stop! Enough! Suddenly, a few people shouted, and then several figures flashed past. The 3 geniuses of the 3 forces stopped Zichen. This is a battle of life and death. How can you stop before he dies? Zichen asked coldly. I said enough is enough. Wu Zhe's face darkened, and he said coldly. You, who do you think you are? Do I know you? Zichen glanced at him and said disdainfully. Brat, you're too arrogant. Who do you think you are? Do you really think you're invincible? The genius of the Li family looked at Zichen, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chapter 245. A young man who had suddenly appeared and taunted the 3 forces. He even said that he would kill Chu Xiong under the protection of the 3 of them. The development of the situation was really unexpected. No one would have thought that the glutton from before would have such powerful combat strength. Brat, you want to kill in front of the 3 of us? You're just boasting shamelessly. Who do you think you are? The 3 of us together can even fight a monster. Who do you think you are? The 3 of them were very disdainful. They sneered and their eyes were filled with killing intent. The decapitation conference was ruined by him and he had killed so many people. They naturally couldn't let him go today. In their hearts, this person was already a dead man. As for Zichen, he didn't have any intention of leaving. He wanted to kill all the people from the major forces. He pointed at Chu Xiong behind the 3 of them and said disdainfully, Hey, Chu Xiong, didn't you boast shamelessly that you wanted to kill Zichen with one hand? Didn't you say you were strong? Why are you scared now? Where's your pride? If you have dignity, Then come out and let me kill you with one slap. Chu Xiong was a genius, but in Zichen's mouth, he was like a fly that could be swatted at will. This made everyone speechless. They thought to themselves that they had met another ferocious person who wasn't any weaker than Zichen. He was even more arrogant and showed his arrogance. Chu Xiong was furious. His expression kept changing. He was arrogant and domineering, but after exchanging blows, he already understood that the difference in strength between the two of them was huge. The other party really had the strength to kill him. Brother Chu, don't listen to this brat's nonsense. Your combat strength is unparalleled. Killing Zichen is no problem at all. As for him, he actually came here today to cause trouble. Naturally, we can't let him go, Wu Zhi said sarcastically. That's right. If we don't kill him today, where will the face of our major forces go in the future? The Li family genius also said. Disrupting our decapitation conference and harboring evil intentions. We naturally can't let such a person go. The Kang family genius took a step forward. A killing intent locked onto Zichen. Face. In my eyes, the three of you have lost all face a long time ago. Furthermore, none of you can even dream of leaving. The killing intent in Zichen's eyes exploded. Then, golden light flashed around his body. Thunder and lightning appeared under his feet. Like a golden lightning bolt, he rushed toward Chu Xiong. Go back. A cold light flashed in Wu Zhi's eyes. He took a step forward and suddenly struck out with his palm. A pitch-black palm print rushed towards Zichen. You are courting death. The Li clan cultivator roared. The flames around him surged and turned into a flaming palm. It emitted a scorching heat as it rushed towards Zichen. The space trembled as the genius of the Kang family punched out with his fist. The fist was resplendent and contained a terrifying killing intent. The combined attack of the three geniuses was extremely terrifying. Swish. Swish. Under Zichen's feet, light flashed and he moved as fast as lightning, dodging the two attacks in an instant. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched towards the fist aura coming from the other side. Boom. The heaven and earth shook, and the high platform trembled. The fist light of the Kang clan genius was dispersed. Then, Zichen turned into a ray of light and rushed towards Chu Xiong. Seeing Zichen charging through the defense of the three geniuses, Chu Xiong's feet flashed and he quickly retreated. He didn't have any battle intent in his heart. However, no matter how he retreated, his speed couldn't compare to Zichen's. Swish. Zichen arrived in front of him and swung his fists. The golden light continued to scatter, and large patches of it rained down. Dong. The punch was like a heavy hammer. Chu Xiong felt his brain go blank and he almost fainted. Dong. Then, another punch followed. Chu Xiong's body swayed and his eyes rolled back. Blood spurted out of his mouth. In front of Zichen, Chu Xiong was like a little chick. He didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Today, I will fulfill your wish. I will kill you with one hand. Killing intent flashed in Zichen's eyes. The last punch caused the heaven and earth to tremble. It was like a mountain was pressing down on Chu Xiong's body. Chu Xiong's bones emitted cracking sounds. Boom. With a loud sound, a terrifying aura exploded and destroyed Chu Xiong's life force. Chu Xiong fell to the ground and his life force dissipated. Chu Xiong is dead. This young man killed Chu Xiong. This is too scary. Who is he? With the strength of the first sky, he can actually kill a fourth sky genius. This is too scary. Everyone was shocked. They felt that everything was inconceivable. A genius was killed just like that. You actually killed Chu Xiong. The three geniuses' faces turned ugly. Killing someone in front of them was like slapping their faces. Moreover, they didn't even stop the young man. This made their faces turn white. I will kill you. The three were furious. They had lost all their face today. Only by killing the young man could they wash away the shame. Zichen ignored the three. Instead, he bent down and took Chu Xiong's spatial spirit ring. Then, he walked to the other side and put away 2,000 yuan stones. With a flash of light, the spatial spirit ring and the yuan stones disappeared. At this moment, everyone realized that Zi Chen also had a spatial spirit ring. You actually have a spatial spirit ring? Who are you? The three's faces changed. They felt that something was wrong. It was impossible for a first sky true energy cultivator to have such a thing. Even they didn't have a spatial spirit ring. Moreover, the reason why their families gave those geniuses spatial spirit rings and forbidden weapons was for the inheritance in the ruins. Spatial spirit rings? These things are like cabbages. What's so rare about them? Zi Chen waved his hand and several spatial spirit rings appeared. One was as black as ink, one was surrounded by flames and had a flame pattern engraved on it. There was also one with a small Kang character. These are the Kang family's spatial spirit rings. And our martial ancestors. These belong to our Li family. After seeing the spatial spirit rings, the three's faces changed. They asked in unison, "Who are you?" These spatial spirit rings were given to me by Kang He and Li Hua. You guys are holding this meeting to kill me. Who do you think I am? Zi Chen turned his head and asked with a trace of ridicule on the corner of his mouth. You are Zi Chen, Wu Zhe exclaimed. His face changed dramatically. The other two were the same. Their faces were extremely ugly. Heavens! He is Zi Chen. Zi Chen. He is actually Zi Chen. The guy who escaped from the three geniuses. Exclamations came from the crowd. They all felt that it was inconceivable. However, when they thought of the young man's strength, only a genius could have such battle strength. After hearing Zi Chen's words, the faces of those Chen heathens from before changed even more. Previously, when they were drunk, they had said that they could kill Zi Chen with a single finger. Moreover, they had said it right in front of Zi Chen. No, you are not Zi Chen. Zi Chen is only at the peak Xiantian realm, but you are at the true energy realm. Who are you? The three still couldn't believe it. Idiot, don't tell me that I can't break through and stay at the same realm. Do you think I will let you trash kill me? Zi Chen rolled his eyes and said disdainfully. When Zi Chen had been in the Xiantian realm, although his battle prowess had been strong, he definitely wouldn't have been able to kill Chu Xiong. He might have even been weaker than Chu Xiong. However, after breaking through, Zi Chen had undergone a qualitative transformation. His battle prowess had increased by several times. Zi Chen, how dare you come here? Aren't you afraid that the experts of the three powers will come here to kill you? Wu Zhe said coldly. Experts? Didn't you organize this decapitation assembly to kill me personally? Aren't you experts? Come, I'll give you a chance, said Zi Chen. He was very calm, but his words were filled with mockery. He emphasized the words strong cultivator. Before coming, he had asked old Mo to sense the surroundings. There was no one in the air. Therefore, he showed himself without hesitation and killed without hesitation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rays of light flashed, and experts appeared one after another. There were more than 20 of them, and the weakest was at the third sky of true energy. They surrounded Zi Chen. They were the subordinates of the three of them. Are you going to gang up on me again? Are you guys from the major powers only capable of this much? Zi Chen sneered and mocked. Since they had completely fallen out, he naturally wouldn't say anything nice. After breaking through, his battle strength had increased by many times. He really didn't put these people in his eyes. Even if Li Hao and the others came again, Zi Chen wouldn't have to run away in a sorry state. Chen PH, let's see how strong you are. Wu Zhe snorted. The killing intent in his eyes exploded. He shouted, kill, kill, kill. The other two didn't want to be outdone, and they shouted. There were more than 20 true energy realms. The weakest was at the third sky, and there were even 2 fourth sky. They all rushed towards Zi Chen. Then, a series of terrifying attacks appeared. Saber light, sword chi, palm prints, and sharp blades appeared one after another. They emitted colorful lights and powerful auras as they rushed towards Zi Chen. On the high platform, beautiful attacks appeared. Zi Chen's body flashed with a golden light. He looked like a war god in golden armor. His eyes were cold, and his attacks were ruthless. Under the perfect body, a mere third sky of true essence was nothing. What was a mere third sky of true essence? His heroic spirit soared to the heavens, mighty and domineering as he charged towards these experts. Golden chi and blood dyed the entire high platform. Boom! An expanse of golden light appeared as Zi Chen punched out with a terrifying might. It was as if a heavy hammer had smashed down on the head, causing a great tremor. A third heaven cultivator was killed. Swoosh! A golden light flashed, bringing with it an extremely cold aura. It flashed past a cultivator's body. His weapon and his body were cut open by the golden light. His intestines spilled out onto the ground, and blood dyed the platform red. Puff! Using the 9 passing lightning steps, Zi Chen moved as fast as a ghost, instantly arriving in front of a person. His finger was like a golden sword chi as he tapped that person's forehead. The sword chi pierced that person's forehead, causing blood to flow out. Another person died. This was simply a massacre. None of them were able to make a second move against Zi Chen. They were all killed in one move. His attacks were ruthless and clean, as if he was cutting melons and grass. He looked casual and easy. Clang! Fortunately, 1 or 2 attacks fell on Zi Chen, but they made a sound of metal clashing. Without a decent weapon, they couldn't even break through Zi Chen's defense. Poof! Zi Chen slapped the cultivator's head. A violent aura appeared. The cultivator fell to the ground and died. His skull was directly crushed. Chapter 246. On the high platform, facing the siege of dozens of Jinyuan masters, Zi Chen seemed to have entered a realm where no one could stop him. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. No one could survive a second attack from him. Blood covered the high platform, and then flowed down the edge of the platform. It was a bloody scene. This is too scary. He's unstoppable. He never needs a second attack to kill people. Monster, this is a true monster. Mere geniuses are not even worth a fart in front of him. Seeing the one-sided battle, everyone was shocked. As for those Chen Heis, they were so scared that they didn't dare to say a word. Boom! The sky shook, and a huge golden seal appeared. Its surface was flowing with a terrifying aura, emitting a blazing golden light, and smashed down. The green peak seal, under the extreme yang lightning, was even more powerful. In an instant, it disintegrated the attacks of the 3 experts. Then, it suddenly smashed down, blasting a huge hole in the high platform. The 3 experts died an unnatural death, without leaving behind any corpses. Golden Sun Chop! Zi Chen made a hand seal and shouted. This was a move that Zi Chen created by combining the green peak chop. It was a fusion move, and although it couldn't be compared to the extreme yang lightning, it was enough to kill the enemy. The huge golden sword emitted a blazing light, carrying with it the destructive aura of thunder and lightning as it charged forward. Pu! 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 In an instant, several heads flew up, their eyes filled with fear and shock. They flew out of the high platform, leaving behind headless corpses, spurting blood. This was a bloody and terrifying scene. No one could stop Zi Chen. He was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, unimpeded. All resistance was futile. In less than a quarter of an hour, more than half of the 20 experts had died. The remaining ones had lost their courage and were terrified. Die! But Zi Chen didn't want to let anyone go. He made another hand seal, and this time, extreme yin lightning appeared. Zi Chen's abdomen was filled with Jinyuan. However, these 2 energies were like a ball, constantly rotating. Every time Zi Chen used extreme yang, he would use extreme yin. He wanted to balance yin and yang, or he would have to bear the brunt of the explosion. First, it was blazing hot, then it turned cold. It was still violent, and it still carried the destructive aura. Another person was killed. Go to hell! The genius of the Li clan flashed behind Zi Chen and unleashed a terrifying attack. The entire sky was filled with flames, it looked like a godly fire. At that moment, even the air seemed to have been ignited and the flames were spreading towards Zi Chen. Extreme yin. Zi Chen's eyes were cold. A mudra appeared in his hand. This time, it was an extremely yin mudra. It was a simple mudra, but it carried the mysterious aura of the Great Path. As the last mudra fell, A blinding golden light appeared and rushed towards the divine fire in the sky. Boom! There was a loud tremor as if the world was collapsing. The divine fire instantly dissipated under the golden light. At the same time, the golden light was like a sharp blade, sweeping across the body of the Lee family expert. Phut! With a soft sound, a single arm flew up. The genius of the Lee family let out a miserable cry, but he managed to preserve his life. If he didn't dodge at the critical moment, the golden light would have rushed towards his head. Boom! Wuxia made his move. He took a step forward and the high platform trembled. An earth-shattering energy surged out, followed by the martial ancestor battle skill. It was like a tidal wave pouring out, crazily rushing toward Zichen. Extreme Yang Yuan surged in Zichen's body and gathered on his fist. In the next moment, a mountain-like aura appeared. The fist-emitting golden light collided with Wuxia's attack. The world shook as the power of the perfect body completely erupted, instantly destroying Wuxia's attack. Then, the latter coughed up blood and flew backwards. Zichen, who had displayed his full strength, was extremely terrifying. Even the genius was injured in one strike. At this moment, Zichen's combat strength was close to the monstrous geniuses of the three major factions. The last genius of the Kang family was in an even more miserable state. He was almost killed by Zichen's punch. After flying backwards, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. "You bunch of scum. What decapitation conference? You are truly shameless and ignorant. Today, I'll send you on your way." Zichen's eyes were filled with killing intent as he swept his gaze towards the genius of the Li family. The latter had lost an arm, and his face was pale. Blood was flowing out from the broken arm. Seeing Zichen's gaze sweep over, his eyes were filled with horror. Swoosh! A golden light flashed and charged towards the genius of the Li family. The latter let out a miserable cry as if he wanted to beg for mercy, but the golden light had already flashed past. Gulp! A horrified head flew up and fell outside the high platform. Another genius had been beheaded. In the distance, all the onlookers were shocked. Some of the people who had never seen Zichen felt a chill in their hearts. Not to mention the strength of these people, just this identity alone was enough to make them think twice before killing someone. However, Zichen didn't care. He killed them cleanly and decisively. It was as if he wasn't killing someone from the three major factions, but an ordinary cat or dog. "I'll fight it out with you." The genius of the Kang family stepped forward and displayed all his potential. He unleashed all the energy in his body and struck out a destructive blow. An energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged forth, crazily crushing towards Zichen. Boom! But what welcomed him was a huge fist that emitted a dazzling golden light. With a loud bang, all the light in front of the genius of the Kang family dissipated. His head tilted as he fell. Killing geniuses was like slaughtering chickens and dogs. This was Zichen. Having cultivated the yin-yang art and the terrifying perfect body, he was absolutely invincible among those of the same level. Even if he faced a monster of the same level, he wouldn't be defeated. "Zichen, how about letting me go?" Corpses were everywhere. Blood flowed down the high platform like a small river. All the people brought by the three major factions were dead, leaving only the injured Wu Zhe. He was begging for mercy. The decapitation conference had turned into a human decapitation conference. The three factions were simply digging their own graves. Zichen didn't speak. There was only killing intent in his eyes. "Zichen, let me go. Tell me what you need. I promise that I won't deal with you again in the future." Wu Zhe began to beg for mercy. He didn't want to die. There was still hope if he was alive, but there was nothing if he died. Identity, resources, women, all of them were gone. "I only want your life," Zichen said coldly. He walked forward step by step, leaving bloody footprints under his feet. "Zichen, is there no room for negotiation? For Miao Kong's sake, how about it? I have a good relationship with Miao Kong. Before we came, we even drank together." Wu Zhe was very flustered. He retreated step by step until he reached the edge of the high platform. If others say so, there's naturally room for negotiation. But martial ancestors people can only die when they encounter me. Zi Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. At this moment, Wu Zhi turned around and flew down the high platform, fleeing in panic. Zi Chen didn't chase after him. He just watched him flee. In his hand, a simple seal was forming. Boom! A large golden light appeared, carrying a blazing light. It rushed towards Wu Zhi. Then, there was an explosion. It was like a golden fireball had exploded. The golden light scattered, turning into energy and disappearing. However, Wu Zhi's figure was nowhere to be seen in the air. Only some ashes were floating in the air. With one strike, Wu Zhi was blasted to pieces. All the people from the three forces were dead. The protagonists of the decapitation conference fell to the ground, losing their vitality. Blood gathered into a small river, sprinkling down from the high platform. Zi Chen stood on the high platform. His eyes were cold and emotionless, sweeping across the crowd below. Everyone was terrified. The decapitation valley was silent. No one spoke. Only the sound of the wind could be heard from afar. It was ridiculous. They had held the decapitation conference here to kill the hero Zi Chen. But the reality was the opposite. These people were slaughtered instead. No one was left alive. Wang. Suddenly, a tremor appeared from Zi Chen's body. Then, a destructive aura rushed out from his body. The appearance of this aura caused everyone's expression to change. Some people were so scared that they retreated. They thought that Zi Chen was going to kill them. Kaka. A light sound rang out. Boundless golden light filled Zi Chen's body. Then, a crack appeared in between Zi Chen's eyebrows. This crack spread from between his eyebrows to below his chest. What is that? I saw a crack. Everyone turned pale with fright as they looked at Zi Chen. They saw a dazzling golden light emerging from the crack. It contained an extremely terrifying aura. And Zi Chen's face showed a painful expression. He endured the pain and sat down cross-legged. The yin-yang secret art was constantly circulating. Previously, he had used too much energy, causing the yin and yang to lose balance, causing a violent collision. This was a cultivation technique that sought survival in a dead end. He could face death at any time. While bringing a powerful combat power, he also had to be vigilant of destruction. What's wrong with Zi Chen? Why is his body cracking? Could it be that he has gone mad? Below, there was a commotion. Zi Chen sat cross-legged. His face was full of pain. The cultivation technique in his body was constantly circulating. In his heart, rich vitality was like a tide, gathering into his body. He's in pain. He must have gone mad. Seeing Zi Chen's painful appearance, many people's eyes began to flicker. Their expressions were constantly changing. Boom. On Zi Chen's body, the aura was even more violent. In the dazzling golden light, there were two extreme auras that constantly collided. Ah! Zi Chen looked up and howled. The crack between his eyebrows was so obvious that it was shocking. Hold on, Zi Chen. You must hold on. Don't rush. Slowly circulate the yin-yang secret art and try to balance the two energies, Amo shouted anxiously. In Zi Chen's abdomen, the two energies were completely chaotic. Although they were still circulating, they were no longer compatible. Instead, they erupted with a destructive aura. This aura emerged from the abdomen, entered his meridians, and directly destroyed his body. He must have cultivated some kind of cultivation technique. Although he's powerful, there's a certain danger. Below, some people saw some clues. Their eyes kept flickering. Zi Chen was known as a mobile treasure trove. He had many things that made many big forces jealous. Moreover, he had the strongest inheritance of the Wuji sect 10,000 years ago. This was a supreme cultivation technique that could create a big sect. Swoosh. A light flashed. A level 3 cultivator suddenly rushed out of the crowd and rushed towards Zi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged on the high platform. Clang. Chapter 247. Human nature was greedy and selfish. Zi Chen had killed all the experts of the three forces with a wave of his hand. They were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to make any moves, fearing that they would be slaughtered. But at this moment, Zi Chen's body was covered in cracks and he had gone mad. Many thoughts were running through their minds. Swoosh. Eyes flashing, one of the cultivators couldn't hold himself back and flew up into the air. He was a third heaven cultivator. His strength was neither too high nor too low, but he was definitely the most courageous of them all. Clang. A rainbow light flashed. The moment he flew into the air, his sharp weapon was already unsheathed. It turned into a cold light and pierced towards Zi Chen's forehead. The crack between his eyebrows was very clear. It was blooming with bright golden light and was still extending. Zi Chen's face was full of pain. He was focused on suppressing the destructive aura of extreme yin and extreme yang. He didn't notice the changes in the outside world. Amo didn't notice it either. A cold light flashed and a murderous intent shot towards his forehead. Zi Chen felt it, but he didn't have the time or strength to dodge. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the sharp weapon in the cultivator's hand pierced Zi Chen's forehead. Is he going to die? A monster of a generation with unparalleled combat strength. Is he going to be killed by a sneak attack like this? Everyone looked up and saw the sharp weapon about to pierce Zi Chen's forehead. Haha, die. The cultivator's face was already filled with a hideous smile. Boom. But at this moment, a destructive aura appeared between Zi Chen's eyebrows. The energy from the collision of extreme yin and extreme yang surged out from between his eyebrows and landed on the cultivator's weapon like a tide. Bang! The sharp weapon instantly exploded, destroyed by the energy. At the same time, after the destructive energy shattered the sharp weapon, it rushed forward and landed on the shocked cultivator. Boom! Dazzling golden light scattered and landed on the cultivator's body with a loud bang. The destructive aura surged and a cloud of dust floated in front of Zi Chen. The level 3 cultivator didn't even have a complete corpse. He was directly smashed into pieces and dissipated. He died without a complete corpse. Such a scene left everyone dumbfounded. How could this be? There was still a pained expression on Zi Chen's face and the crack on his glabella grew increasingly large. Additionally, his life force was becoming chaotic. This was clearly a sign of cultivation deviation. However, the cultivator who had launched a sneak attack on Zi Chen was utterly incapable of resisting and was blasted into smithereens. He must have attacked from the wrong direction and just happened to run into that destructive energy, someone guessed. The others nodded. Immediately after, many people's eyes flickered. Zi Chen had a precious treasure on him, something that even the major powers would covet. Now that he was suffering from cultivation deviation, this was the perfect opportunity. Swoosh! In less than 3 breaths of time, another figure appeared. He was holding a long blade in his hand. The instant he rose into the air, he suddenly slashed out with his blade. Kai the Saberlight was 10 meters long and carried a terrifying aura as it slashed towards Zi Chen's head. With the previous lesson, this expert did not dare to get close to Zi Chen at all. He only attacked from afar. Suddenly, Zi Chen opened his eyes. His face was still in pain, but his eyes were cold and ruthless. He pointed his finger and an extremely cold aura appeared and pointed towards the cultivator. Pop! With a soft sound, the sword chi arrived first and pointed at the opponent's glabella. It was as if a bloody plum blossom had bloomed from the glabella, obliterating his life force. The cultivator died. The saber light dissipated in the air and his corpse fell to the ground. Everyone was speechless and shocked. At this moment, the pain on Zi Chen's face was getting more and more intense. The crack on his glabella was also getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that he would be split into 2 at any time by the destructive aura. He has already suffered from cultivation deviation and can't use the energy in his body. Every time he attacks, his injuries will worsen. He is now an arrow at the end of its flight. Another person spoke and made an accurate judgment. Looking at Zi Chen again, it was indeed so. Swoosh! With a flash of light, the third cultivator soared into the air and made a terrifying attack. This was a level 4 powerhouse. He was powerful and finally found a perfect opportunity to attack. Zi Chen opened his eyes again. His eyes were cold. 2 golden lights shot out from between his fingers. They were like 2 sharp sword chi that directly rushed towards the opponent. Clang! With a flash of cold light, the cultivator destroyed one of the sword chi. However, immediately after, another sword chi penetrated the defense and landed on the opponent's glabella. Another bloody plum blossom bloomed. After the attack, Zi Chen closed his eyes again. The pain on his face intensified and even his facial features were distorted. Everyone was dumbfounded. Zi Chen's expression was very painful. The crack on his glabella was getting bigger and bigger. The destructive aura rippled around him. He could explode and die at any time. However, Zi Chen still killed 3 people. That's too scary. Many of the cultivators were shocked. He is definitely an arrow at the end of its flight. Every time he attacks, his injuries will worsen and he will be closer to death. Yes, look at his painful appearance. He can't hold on any longer. Someone else spoke. Swoosh. Swoosh. Someone's eyes flickered. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, they would be struck by lightning. Then, 2 figures flew out. Obviously, they didn't discuss before. They looked at each other and were stunned. Then, they tacitly attacked. Boom. 2 attacks appeared with a terrifying aura and slashed towards Zi Chen's head. Zi Chen opened his eyes again. His eyes were cold and ruthless. He pointed his fingers and golden sword chi appeared. Clang. Clang. First, 2 sharp blades were cut by the sword chi. Then, 2 more sword chi rushed through the glabella of the 2 people like lightning. Pop pop, blood bloomed like a bloody plum blossom. It was red and extremely beautiful. Then, the 2 bodies fell from the sky. Zi Chen closed his eyes again. The expression on his face was even more painful. I don't believe it. Someone didn't believe it. He flashed and rushed towards the high platform. 1, 2, 3 people rushed towards Zi Chen. They launched a terrifying attack from 3 different directions. Pop 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 pop. Between Zi Chen's fingers, golden sword chi kept surging with a terrifying aura. 3 blood flowers appeared and 3 people fell. Their vitality dissipated. Zi Chen's face was still in pain. It seemed like he would explode at any time. Even so, he killed several people. Moreover, the strength he showed was stronger than before. A few more people rushed forward. After they were all killed, no one was confident. What's going on? Didn't he go berserk? Why is his combat strength getting stronger? And he's not dead yet. Look at the pain on his face. It doesn't look like he's faking it. But what's going on? The crowd did not know what was going on and felt a chill in their hearts. Even Zi Chen, who had gone mad, was extremely terrifying. Come on, continue. Hurry up. Armo's dissatisfied voice came from the Taiji diagram. Armo didn't notice the first attack. It was purely luck that Zi Chen didn't die. But for the second attack, Armo signaled Zi Chen to attack. Because he used the energy in his body, Zi Chen would have to bear less of the explosion. Therefore, Zi Chen attacked again and again. It looked like he was in extreme pain, but the danger of his body exploding was slowly dissipating. Pop, another spurt of blood appeared. This time, Zi Chen had closed his eyes and struck out with this attack. Although the golden sword chi was only a single energy, there was a little bit of another energy in it. So, Zi Chen's attack didn't decrease but increased instead. Pop pop, streaks of golden sword chi appeared one after another, bringing with them a terrifying might. One cultivator after another who didn't believe in evil fell just like that. Armo shouted in a voice that Zi Chen could hear, signaling for everyone to attack. She wanted everyone to attack and let Zi Chen slaughter them. Pop, the golden sword chi appeared again. But after killing more than 10 cultivators who didn't believe it, someone finally saw the signs and felt that something was wrong. Because the crack between Zi Chen's eyebrows didn't become bigger. Instead, it became smaller. Everyone was terrified and didn't dare to go up to die. Swoosh. 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 After that, Zi Chen pointed his finger continuously, and streaks of golden sword chi shot into the air. The dazzling golden light dyed the entire Zhongying Valley, and every cultivator who had a shocked expression on their faces was dyed golden. In total, Zi Chen had unleashed several hundred rays of golden sword chi. Only then did the terrifying aura around him slowly dissipate. The crack between his brows also gradually healed. This is too scary. If hundreds of sword chi were shot at us, wouldn't it kill everyone? One sword chi for one person. Even if all of us died, it wouldn't be enough for the golden sword chi to kill us. Everyone was shocked and looked at Zi Chen as if they were looking at a monster. Their eyes were filled with fear and they all retreated. The golden light around Zi Chen's body receded and the crack between his eyebrows disappeared. In abdomen, the extreme yin and extreme yang were balanced again and slowly circulated. This is too scary. Opening his eyes, Zi Chen felt as if he had survived a disaster. The yin-yang secret art was indeed powerful, but once it went berserk, it would be very powerful. Now, Zi Chen finally understood what Elder Mo meant by seeking survival in a dead end. This was a road where he could die at any time. Opening his eyes, Zi Chen looked tired. The previous battle and the subsequent consumption, as well as the continuous suppression of his injuries, had consumed a lot of his true essence and will. Everyone could see that Zi Chen was tired, but they didn't dare to go forward. In the case of chi deviation, they couldn't even kill Zi Chen, let alone a tired man. So, under everyone's shocked gaze, Zi Chen walked towards the corpses and began to loot, ignoring the blood on them. Primeval stones. The perfect body was like a bottomless pit that required a huge amount of energy. Without Primeval stones, it was simply a dream for Zi Chen to break through. Moreover, he needed a lot of Primeval stones, a lot. In addition, the energy of the yin-yang lightning was also very rich and pure, so it required a lot of energy. In the future, Zi Chen would be a machine that constantly devoured Primeval stones. Without Primeval stones, he couldn't move an inch. Pauper. You're just at the true energy realm, but you only have these few Primeval stones. During the looting, Zi Chen's complaints could be heard from time to time. Then, under everyone's gaze, Zi Chen left suavely. Zi Chen. Chapter 248. Boom. Murderous intent swept across the Zhongying Valley like a flood. Many cultivators who had yet to leave felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Zi Chen. Li Hao shouted furiously. He stood on the back of the rock and a terrifying aura surged around him. The Zhongying Valley was a few hundred miles away from the Tsangli city. When he received the news of Zi Chen's appearance, he immediately rushed over, but he was still too late. On the high platform, corpses were strewn everywhere. Their blood had dried up and turned dark brown. The broken limbs were a shocking sight. Many of the Li family members didn't even have a complete corpse. Boom. The aura was violent and murderous. The high platform couldn't withstand the aura and exploded instantly. Where's Zi Chen? Li Hao glanced at the people below who hadn't left yet. Seeing the crazy murderous intent in Li Hao's eyes, everyone's heart trembled and they felt a great pressure. Someone said in horror, he left. Puff. A red light appeared in the sky and instantly cut the level 3 cultivator in half. Li Hao's cold voice resounded in the sky, can't I see that he left? His words were cold and his attacks were ruthless. One person was killed in an instant and blood splattered everywhere. Everyone was shocked and could feel Li Hao's anger at the moment. Obviously, he was infuriated by Zi Chen. Zi Chen was just a rogue cultivator, but he had always been slapping the faces of the major forces. He escaped in this direction. Someone was very smart and pointed out the direction Zi Chen left. The word was also very accurate. He said that he escaped, not left. Chimph Li Hao coldly snorted. The rock beneath him let out a piercing cry. It turned around and chased after Zi Chen. Phew. Li Hao's departure caused everyone to heave a sigh of relief. Killing without a word, Li Hao's tyranny caused many people to break out in cold sweat. However, at that moment, another bestial roar resounded through the air. The monstrous genius of the great sect, Wu Yuan, had appeared. However, the other party didn't stop. He directly chased after Li Hao and urged the strange beast to chase after him. Kang Meng carried a black blade on his back and rode on a strange beast, quickly passing through the Zhongying Valley. The three monstrous geniuses are here. Looks like Zi Chen is going to cause a sensation again. He has slain all the major factions at the Severing Chen conference. This time, it will definitely cause a huge commotion, and the major factions will lose all their face. What follows will obviously be a series of pursuits. I wonder if Zi Chen will be able to escape. Zi Chen was very slippery. Ever since his debut, he had always been hunted down, but he lived on like a cockroach. Everyone was afraid that the three monstrous geniuses would find trouble with them if they couldn't find Zi Chen, so they left in a hurry. On that very day, the news that Zi Chen had personally hurried to the Severing Chen assembly and killed all the members of the three great forces had already spread, causing a great commotion once again. Zi Chen has appeared again. His strength actually made a breakthrough. Furthermore, he cultivated an evil technique that nearly caused his cultivation to go berserk. Zi Chen's battle prowess is unparalleled. He can kill a level 3 or level 4 expert in one hit. The news about Zi Chen spread throughout the major cities on that very day, causing a huge commotion. At the same time, several major factions announced in a high-profile manner that anyone who provided clues about Zi Chen's death would be rewarded with 1,000 yuan stones. Just as the three factions sent experts to hunt down Zi Chen, the latter was hiding in a secret place, counting his gains. Beside him were 4 spatial spirit rings. The items inside had already been emptied, and in front of him were piles of yuan stones. In addition, there were some spirit herbs and pills. Everything in front of him was all the gains he had made during this period of time. Zi Chen was counting them today. The shiny white yuan stones emitted rich yuan qi, dazzling one's eyes. After careful counting, Zi Chen obtained an accurate number. 5,049. 5,000 yuan stones was a huge sum. Zi Chen was excited when he saw this. It's only 5,000 yuan stones. Not only does it have to be used to temper the perfect body, but it also has to provide yuan qi in the body. It won't take long. Mo appeared from the Taiji diagram. When he saw Zi Chen's excited expression, he curled his lips. It was only 5,000 yuan stones, yet he was so excited. 5,000 yuan stones isn't a small sum. At the very least, it's enough for a period of time. Zi Chen smiled. Elder Mo was someone who had seen the world, so he naturally didn't care about a mere 5,000 yuan stones. However, Zi Chen knew that if he took out 5,000 yuan stones, not to mention others, even the monk would go crazy. Apart from the yuan stones, there was also a weapon comparable to the blazing sword. It was very tough, and its price wasn't low. Zi Chen decided to find an opportunity to sell it. With a breakthrough in strength and a transformation of the perfect body, every bone in Zi Chen's body could be changed without any clues. Therefore, he wasn't worried that the factions would be able to find him in the vast sea of people. Having just killed so many people from the three factions, it would naturally cause a commotion. Zi Chen simply hid for a few days. Zi Chen, come out. Just as he left the dense forest, Zi Chen heard the cries of the rock and Li Hao's angry voice. Idiot, I'll deal with you when I have the time. Zi Chen turned his head and sneered. His bones crackled as golden light flashed. In a few seconds, he had transformed into another person. After walking for dozens of miles, Zi Chen saw a small town. Walking into the town was like a dragon entering the sea. It was simply a dream to find him in the vast crowd. Zi Chen settled down in the small town and began to cultivate. He had 5,000 yuan stones and could be considered rich. He constantly absorbed the yuan stones' yuan qi. Last time in the land of inheritance, many of the extreme yin and yang energies were hidden in his meridians. Now that he had broken through, Zi Chen wanted to slowly refine the dormant yuan qi by activating the yin-yang art to increase his strength. There were 9 levels of quintessential energy, and each level was harder than the last. Relatively speaking, it was relatively easy to break through from the first level to the second level. In the room, a yuan stone had all its yuan qi absorbed. It instantly shattered and fell to the ground. Zi Chen took out another yuan stone and activated the yin-yang art to absorb it. On the ground, there were more than a dozen shattered yuan stones. Zi Chen was cultivating in the town. In the outside world, the three factions were almost crazy. They posted wanted posters in almost every town outside Tsangli City. At the same time, they also spent a lot of money to hire assassins from the assassin pavilion to kill Zi Chen. As long as Zi Chen was alive, It would be the greatest insult to the three factions. It would make them feel a burning pain in their faces. In the streets and alleys, in the mountains and dense forests, there were always figures. They were all looking for Zi Chen. 5 days later, Zi Chen, who was sitting cross-legged, opened his eyes. His body was filled with a strong aura. His yuan qi had reached the peak of the first level, and was not far from the second level. Apart from absorbing some of the lightning energy when he was refining his body, the reason he could have such a big breakthrough in such a short time was because Zi Chen had refined a lot of the dormant energy in his meridians. Zi Chen guessed that if he refined all of this energy, he would be able to break through to the third level. But it would take time. Walking out of the room, Zi Chen ordered some food. Then, he strolled around the town. During this time, he saw many unfamiliar faces. Then, he saw a lot of wanted posters. Wanted posters? Chimph, who do you think you are? Zi Chen snorted with disdain. He could now change his appearance at will. Even if he flew, he would not be able to see through it. So he was not afraid. 1,000 yuan stones. What a big deal. Seeing the reward of 1,000 yuan stones, Zi Chen curled his lips. Now that he was worth 5,000 yuan stones, a mere 1,000 yuan stones was nothing to him. In the streets and alleys, in the tea houses and restaurants, people were talking about Zi Chen. Who is this Zi Chen? He can make a big force pay 1,000 yuan stones to find him. Who knows? He should be an expert. Even some mortals were talking about him. It was obvious that Zi Chen was famous. Zi Chen's original intention was to go to Tsangli City and sell some useless things in exchange for yuan stones. But after seeing the wanted posters, he changed his mind. The most important thing now was to break through his strength. This time, Zi Chen went into seclusion for 7 days and consumed hundreds of yuan stones. His yuan qi finally reached the peak and was about to break through to the second level. Your breakthrough will definitely attract a lightning tribulation. This time, it will be the second level lightning tribulation. It will be very powerful. You have to be careful. Amo warned. So on that day, Zi Chen left the town. 100 miles away, there was a large mountain forest suitable for him to break through. This was an extremely large forest. Ancient trees stood tall, and the leaves were lush and lush. Zi Chen walked into the forest and found a high ground. The mountains and rivers here were beautiful and the scenery was beautiful. Waterfalls poured down from the mountain streams like heaven and earth chains. Zi Chen traversed through the forest, looking for a high ground as his breakthrough point. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Find him for me. If there are any suspicious people, capture them immediately. If they resist, kill them on the spot. Zi Chen hid in the forest and looked for the voice. Through the branches and leaves, he found 4 figures. Could they be people from a big force? Zi Chen frowned. These 4 people were sturdy and their eyes were filled with ferocity. There was a terrifying yuan qi flowing in their every movement. They looked very extraordinary. Damn it, that damn Zi Chen. I don't know where he is hiding. We can't find him after so long. One of them cursed. If I find him, I will definitely crush him. They are at least at the 5th sky of true yuan. Zi Chen's expression changed slightly. He could tell that they were looking for him. Obviously, they were from a big force. Big brother, could this Zi Chen be in this forest? We have been looking for him for so long and killed a few people, but none of them were the real deal. Someone asked. Chimph, we would rather kill by mistake than let him go. Zi Chen is very cunning. He has always been hiding in the forest. I think it will be the same this time. The big man said coldly. We would rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let him go. Zi Chen must die. If anything happens, the family will take responsibility. We would rather kill by mistake than let him go. You guys sure talk big. A cold snort was heard. Zi Chen walked out of the forest. Which family are you guys from? How dare you be so arrogant? Chapter 249. Hearing the man's words, Zi Chen's face turned cold. Obviously, the big forces were crazy. In order to kill him, they wanted to kill everyone who entered the forest. They would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. With a cold snort, Zi Chen strode out and coldly glanced at the 4 men. "Which family are you from? How arrogant." The 4 men were stunned at first. Obviously, they did not expect someone to be hiding in the dark. When they looked up again, they saw an unfamiliar young man. "Kid, who are you? Why do you look so familiar?" One of the men frowned. "Temph, I don't think you guys look familiar." Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly. "He is Zi Chen." Suddenly, there was an exclamation from the side. "Zi Chen, you are Zi Chen." "That's right, it's him, just like the picture." Zi Chen didn't change his appearance and showed his true face. Now, he was recognized. "Good boy, we have been looking for you for so long. I didn't expect you to be hiding here." The 4 men separated and slowly approached Zi Chen. At the same time, waves of yuan qi emerged from their bodies. "Not bad. 3/5 firmament true essence and 1/6 firmament true essence." Zi Chen's eyes gleamed. "Of course, we are here to kill you." The leading 6 sky man's eyes flashed with killing intent. He snorted and said, "Kill." Immediately, a tyrannical aura appeared as the man rushed toward Zi Chen. Zi Chen's body flashed with golden light. He slapped forward with his palm. The golden palm print was like a cattail leaf fan, exuding a blazing aura. Boom! Under the attack, the 2 retreated. Only Zi Chen retreated 3 steps while the man retreated 5 steps. Swoosh! A terrifying killing intent emerged as a stream of blade light appeared from the side, slashing towards Zi Chen's head. Dong! Zi Chen punched out, causing a huge tremor. The entire forest trembled. The blade light was shattered, and the 5th sky cultivator retreated. Kai! Sensing the killing intent behind him, Zi Chen turned around and slapped out with his palm, sending out a large amount of golden light. Another person was knocked back. Scram! At the same time, Zi Chen let out an explosive roar and performed a side kick. The golden light that resembled a waterfall blocked the last person. After 4 attacks, the 4 of them retreated and surrounded Zi Chen from all sides. The previous attack was just a test. "Brat, you do have some skills. However, you are merely at the 1st sky of true yuan. No matter how monstrous you are, you will still die today." The large man's eyes flashed with killing intent. His right hand was red and swollen. It was clear that he had suffered a loss in the previous test. "Cut the crap. Today, I'll kill you first. Another day, I'll kill the monster behind you." Zi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "Kill." Another loud shout sounded out, and the 4 figures moved almost at the same time. Carrying dense origin energy, they struck out a terrifying attack that crushed towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen's body flickered with a golden light. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he shot out a large amount of golden light like a sharp blade. The whole forest was shaking. A tyrannical aura circulated, and one ancient tree after another exploded under the sweeping power. Boom! The waterfall-like blade light was shattered by Zi Chen's punch. However, before he could kill his opponent, the other 3 attacks had already arrived. Clang! Zi Chen's body surged with a golden light, blocking the attack. Although the 4 of them were powerful, Zi Chen was not afraid. He could kill them in a 1-on-1 battle. Even if they joined forces, he could still kill them one by one. However, the 4 of them seemed to know some kind of joint attack technique. Their attack and defense were almost perfect. Even Zi Chen could not do anything about it. "Brat, this is our Li family's joint attack technique. We have practiced it for dozens of years. Today, even if you have wings, you will not be able to escape." The leading man was very arrogant. He was at the 6th sky of true yuan and was the strongest here. The other 3 were half attacking and half defending. "Go to hell." Zi Chen did not believe it. He rushed up again. Streaks of golden light flashed as he shot out a series of powerful attacks. The forest trembled, and countless rocks rolled down from the mountain stream. "Green Peak Seal." With a loud shout, Zi Chen's fingers flashed with golden light. Each of his fingers became golden as if they were made of pure gold. He quickly cast out a seal. Boom! The world shook. A huge seal appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. It flowed with extremely cold destructive energy and fell towards the head of the man. "Help me!" the man shouted. Then, the other three all shot out a beam of energy. This beam of energy merged with the man's energy in the air, forming a huge palm print. The palm print shone brightly, emitting a terrifying aura. It hit the golden seal. Boom! The void shook. A terrifying aura circulated in the air. The huge palm caught the golden seal. The two collided violently. In the end, the golden seal exploded, and cracks appeared on the palm. "Go to hell!" the man roared. He used his mind to control the palm print, grabbing towards Zichen. Dong! Zichen flashed forward, his golden blood surging into the sky. He clenched his fists tightly. His perfect body provided endless energy as he smashed into the palm print, causing a loud bang. The entire forest shook as the palm print was shattered. "Kid, it's futile. We've been together since we were young. We've cultivated a joint attack technique, and our teamwork is flawless. Even if a sixth firmament genius was here, we're confident of killing him, let alone a mere first firmament like you." The man sneered, thinking that victory was in his grasp. Boom! The golden light around Zichen's body became brighter. He was like a giant. With a step, the forest trembled. Golden light scattered, illuminating the entire forest. "Zichen, be careful. Yin and yang must be balanced," Amo reminded him in the Taiji diagram. Zichen was only at the first firmament of true energy. Facing the joint attack of 3/5 firmament and 1/6 firmament, he was not at a disadvantage. This showed how extraordinary the yin-yang art and perfect body were. Boom! Boom! Zichen waved his fists and unleashed a terrifying attack. Blazing golden light covered the entire forest, followed by an extremely cold aura. Yin and yang energy constantly circulated as Zichen launched a powerful attack. His actually taking the initiative to attack. The four burly men were helpless. At this moment, they were forced to defend. Furthermore, they were being suppressed by a first firmament kid. Boom! Zichen waved his fists, and the more he attacked, the more ferocious he became, suppressing the four of them. "This is useless. When you're exhausted, we'll naturally be able to kill you," said the burly man. At this moment, the four of them were defending, so their energy consumption was not much. Furthermore, they were stronger, and the true essence in their bodies was richer and more robust. Needless to say, this joint attack technique was an extremely terrifying technique. Even a genius of the sixth celestial layer would be exhausted to death. However, the one they encountered today was a monstrous genius. Moreover, it was an extraordinary monstrous genius. The four of them were forced to retreat, their expressions ugly. Although they were not seriously injured, they felt embarrassed to be suppressed by a kid. "Kid, when your true essence is exhausted, I'll definitely skin you alive." The burly man gnashed his teeth. "It seems that you didn't prepare well in advance. You don't know that I'm not afraid of exhaustion. However, it's meaningless to waste my energy with you. Now, I'll send you on your way." Zichen's eyes flashed coldly. "Kid, stop dreaming. Our defense is indestructible. How can a puny first firmament like you break it?" The burly man laughed. The other three also activated their defense. "Is that so? Then let me see how hard your tortoiseshell is." Zichen's eyes flashed coldly, and his killing intent was boundless. He rushed towards the four of them. At the same time, a light flashed in his hand, and a long silver spear appeared, emitting an ancient aura. This was an ancient weapon. Although it could not be activated by will, it was comparable to a spirit weapon. Pu. The long spear flashed like a bolt of silver lightning. The defensive light shield that Zichen couldn't break was instantly pierced through like paper in front of the long spear. At the same time, the long spear rushed towards the burly man's neck like a silver dragon. With a flash, it pierced through. Ooh! The long spear pierced through his neck. The burly man's eyes were filled with disbelief. He didn't expect that his defense, which was full of confidence, would be so fragile. "I'll send you on your way." A golden light flowed on the long spear. In the next moment, the burly man's body exploded. "Big brother!" Exclamations rang out. The other 3 burly men had grief in their eyes. The 4 of them grew up together and cultivated together. Although they weren't blood brothers, they had been inseparable for decades. They were closer than blood brothers. "I'll kill you." The 3 of them rushed towards Zi Chen with determination. Brothers have a deep bond. "Fine, I'll send you on your way." Zi Chen's eyes were only cold. There was no mercy. To be kind to the enemy was to be cruel to oneself. Pu. The long spear flashed like a dragon coming out of its cave. It drew a large silver light and directly pierced into the chest of one of them. The long spear was pulled out. Hot blood spurted out, and another person fell to the ground. "I'll send you on your way." Out of the 4, 2 were dead. The remaining 2 couldn't form a joint attack. The outcome of the battle was already decided. A miracle couldn't happen. With the ancient weapon, everything became simple. Light flashed, and the light of the spear shot out, pointing at the throat of another person. Another person fell to the ground. Boom! The aura of the long spear surged, and the last person fell under the ancient weapon. After killing the 4, Zi Chen plundered. But before he left, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. As far as the eye could see, another 4 people appeared. Obviously, they were from the Li family. It was another group that knew how to attack together. "It's you." Seeing the 4 people lying in a pool of blood, the newcomers' faces changed. "You're Zi Chen." At this moment, they just happened to recognize Zi Chen. The strength of this wave was similar to the previous one. They could kill geniuses of the same level, but they couldn't kill Zi Chen. Zi Chen was really angry. Killing intent surged in his eyes, and he raised his spear. "Kill." The 4 people didn't want to be outdone. With a roar, they rushed towards Zi Chen and attacked together. The result was still as expected. After a fierce battle, the 4 people fell in a pool of blood. None of them survived. Under the attack of the ancient weapon, the 4 people didn't last as long as the previous 4. Knowing that there were people from the Li family around, Zi Chen deliberately took a detour and killed another 3 waves of 12 people. It could be seen that these people were carefully cultivated by the Li family. They were together since young, and they knew how to attack together. Naturally, the Li family would be heartbroken if they died. This was the effect that Zi Chen wanted. On a mountain peak, Zi Chen sat cross-legged. After adjusting the yin and yang energy in his body, he tried to break through to the second sky of true essence. Boom! Between heaven and earth, silver light shone, and a bolt of lightning fell from the sky. Chapter 250. How many people in the true energy realm could experience a lightning tribulation? Armo didn't know because he had never heard of it before. Even those who cultivated the perfect body in the Wuji sect didn't experience a lightning tribulation at this time. Moreover, it was such a terrifying lightning tribulation. The sky was blue and clear without a trace of clouds. The setting sun fell from the sky and sprinkled on the body, as if it was covered with a layer of golden gauze. Boom! However, in such weather, lightning appeared out of nowhere. It was vast and majestic, filled with a terrifying aura as if it was going to destroy all living things in the world. Lightning appearing in a clear sky was a very strange thing. However, what was even stranger was that under the lightning, there was a young man who was only in the true energy realm undergoing a lightning tribulation. The heavenly lightning fell with a terrifying pressure as if it was going to destroy everything in the world. However, he used his body to block it and didn't dodge. Boom! The lightning aura was violent and struck the young man's body, but it didn't destroy him. A suction force appeared on the young man's body and directly absorbed the lightning energy. When the heavenly lightning fell on his body, he was unharmed. Moreover, he absorbed the lightning energy to refine his body. The young man's physique was terrifying. The second lightning fell with even more power. It had a glaring silver light, like an angry dragon roaring ferociously. The young man clenched his fists. His eyes were as bright as Xing Chen's. He went against the sky, his body emitting a glaring golden light as he collided with the lightning. The terrifying lightning was filled with a destructive aura. However, in front of the young man, it was like a docile sheep. It was directly scattered. Then, The young man sucked in and the exploded lightning was swallowed into his stomach. Boom! The world roared and the third lightning appeared. It was like a crazy lightning dragon with a long tail. It fell with a terrifying pressure. Extreme young. The young man shouted and a seal appeared in his hand. It was simple but full of mystery. Then, a glaring golden light appeared like a bolt of golden lightning. It went against the sky and rushed towards the lightning. Pang! The glaring golden light met the lightning and let out a loud bang. The lightning dissipated in the sky and the violent lightning energy raged. Haha, so this is God's retribution? It's just SOSO. Let it all out, let it all out. The young man laughed out loud. His entire body was shining with golden light, making him look like a god of war. Extreme yin. Following this, a golden light filled with an extremely cold aura appeared and destroyed the fourth bolt of lightning. This was an extremely shocking scene. There was actually someone in the true element boundary who was able to resist the heavenly thunder. Such a magnificent feat happened in this dense forest. No one saw it, and no one cheered for this magnificent feat. Another bolt of lightning was shattered. Ha ha! The young man laughed loudly. His voice was deafening, suppressing the thunder and lightning in the sky. A strong sense of self-confidence lingered in his heart. At this moment, the young man was in high spirits. Boom! The sky trembled once again. This time, an even more terrifying aura appeared. A thick bolt of heavenly lightning appeared out of nowhere, bringing with it a vast aura. It was as if there was only this bolt of lightning. The young man launched another attack. He was very relaxed and filled with confidence. Golden light flickered continuously as the golden light shot up into the sky. Boom! However, something strange happened. After a bolt of lightning appeared, another bolt of lightning appeared in the sky. The two bolts of lightning lit up the entire sky almost at the same time. The bright golden light was instantly shattered by the heavenly lightning, and then the bolt of lightning landed on the young man's body. The destructive aura rippled. Under the ravaging of the lightning, the peak of the mountain fell by 3 feet. The young man's clothes were all torn apart, revealing his charred body. Black smoke was coming out of his head. Me. The young man was speechless. He felt wronged. Didn't the heavenly lightning appear one by one? How could there be 2 of them? It was so unreasonable. Boom. Before the young man could recover from his injuries, the sky trembled again with a rumbling sound. 3 dazzling lights appeared in the sky. In the blink of an eye, they enlarged and turned into 3 terrifying bolts of lightning, crashing down. 3 bolts. The young man's eyes widened in shock. On his charred skin, streaks of golden light appeared as he tried his best to resist. The destructive heavenly lightning was enough to make the world tremble. The young man was powerful and could barely resist it. However, 3 bolts appeared at the same time. This was really strange. Boom! The 3 bolts of lightning fell at the same time, hitting the young man's body almost at the same time. The destructive aura, with the young man as the center, rippled out in all directions. This time, the peak of the mountain was cut in half. Cough! Cough! Smoke and dust were everywhere. The violent energy swept across the sky. The young man walked out of the debris with green smoke coming out of his body. He spat out a few pieces of gravel. God, you're playing with me. The young man raised his head. His black face was full of grievance. Boom! Boom! The tribulation lightning did not dissipate. This time, several bolts appeared in succession. Like a chain of heaven and earth, they shrouded the young man. The destructive aura rippled. This time, several bolts of lightning appeared. It was very terrifying. It was like a huge chain connecting heaven and earth. The destructive aura kept surging. The young man only had time to let out a cry of agony before he was drowned by the lightning. After that, the sound of thunder rang out, and the towering mountain peak disappeared, turning into a mountain stream. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and the aura of destruction lingered for a quarter of an hour before slowly dissipating. The sky was dead silent. Only the dust was rolling. No one knew whether the young man was dead or alive. After another quarter of an hour, a sound came from the mountain stream. A charred young man crawled out of the endless smoke. A total of 18 bolts of lightning almost turned the young man into ashes. However, he managed to survive. Although he was in a difficult situation, he was still alive. After that, the young man climbed onto a huge rock and sat down cross-legged. After a while, his charred skin peeled off inch by inch like an eggshell, revealing the new skin underneath. The new skin was crystal clear like jade. It was like a woman's body. It was a bit too white. After all the old skin fell off, the young man's body emitted a dazzling golden light. A powerful aura emerged. Second sky of true Yuan. I finally broke through. Li Hao, watch how I beat you up. The young man's eyes flashed coldly. His strength had increased once again. This time, he was full of confidence in facing those monsters. Breaking through the tribulation lightning had caused too much of a commotion. He had to leave now. He changed his appearance and hid in the forest. Just as he hid in the forest, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A figure was flying over from the horizon. It was a man in snow-white clothes. He had a heroic appearance. His eyes were as deep as the sea, shining brightly like Xingchen. He walked over from the horizon. It was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. In just a few steps, he arrived at the place where Zichen was undergoing his tribulation. This is the aura of the tribulation lightning. The man appeared from the horizon and stood in the air, looking down at the people below. His eyes flashed with a strange light that disappeared in an instant. However, when he felt the dissipating energy around him, he raised his eyebrows. Is this a little monster undergoing a tribulation lightning? The man frowned. He shook his head and said, No, this tribulation lightning is not very strong. It is not an ordinary tribulation lightning. After that, the man examined his surroundings. He carefully observed every spot that was ravaged by the lightning. When he saw that the mountain had been forcibly turned into a mountain stream, his expression changed. This is the second level of the tribulation lightning. Although it is not very strong, there must be a reason for it to appear now. Could it be that I am lucky enough to meet a sky-level warrior or a mutated beast? The man's expression changed. He walked towards the horizon. In one step, he was already in the sky. He took another step and disappeared. After the man left, a sharp whistling sound was heard. One after another, silhouettes appeared from the horizon at breakneck speeds. These were all experts who were flying in the air. Clearly, they were all flying in the air. There were 3 of them, representing 3 different forces. What happened? This place is destroyed. The 3 of them flew forward and looked at the traces below. One of them asked, What a powerful lightning energy. Could it be that someone has passed the tribulation? The lightning energy is very strong. It should be the tribulation lightning. Oh my God, someone has passed the tribulation lightning here. Could it be that another ancestor-level powerhouse has appeared in the world? The 3 of them were shocked. They looked at the battlefield carefully. They were amazed that they had missed the scene of a strong cultivator passing the tribulation. A majestic mountain was blown to pieces. This tribulation lightning is really scary. The 3 of them did not stay there for long. If it was an ancestor-level powerhouse, they would not be able to defeat him. So, they left in a hurry. The Li family had been very angry recently. They had been slapped in the face by Zichen again. 5 of the hunting squads that were sent out had been lost. One had to know that those squads had been trained since they were young and knew how to attack together. They could even exhaust geniuses to death, but they had all been killed by Zichen. Moreover, he had killed 5 small teams. He had killed them so thoroughly. The huge losses made the hearts of the Li family bleed. The other cultivators were even more enraged and threatened to kill Zichen immediately. Have you heard? The Li family's hunting team lost 5 of them in a mountain forest. Hunting team? Didn't the Li family spend a lot of money to train them? They are said to be able to kill geniuses. Usually, they are not sent out. But now, because of Zichen, they sent out such a terrifying team. That's right. Zichen killed 5 of them from such a small team. The next day, the news that was tightly sealed by the Li family was leaked. For a time, the whole Tsangli city was talking about it. For a time, there was an uproar. The Lee family had lost even more face this time. In the past, the Lee family was arrogant when they went out, and everyone looked at them with envy. But since Zi Chen appeared, the Lee family's reputation had been greatly damaged. They always felt that there was a sharp edge behind their backs when they went out and faced strange gazes. They sent out many strong cultivators, but they could not find Zi Chen. The latter suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if he had evaporated. Of course, it was fine if he had really evaporated, but it was like he was playing hide-and-seek. He disappeared for 2 days and appeared for 2 days. Every 2 days, he would appear and kill a hunting team. Then, he would hide again and disappear without a trace. 2 days later, he would appear again. Over and over again, in this half a month, the number of hunting teams that had died had already exceeded 10. The Lee family was completely furious. They heard bad news every day. Their hearts were bleeding, and they could hear the roars of the Lee family all day long.